It's usually sits on the other side when we're working questions. Let's start this.
Okay, we're good. Go ahead.
Well, how'd
When
you
guys played down the stretch, how surprised are you that that wasn't good enough to get in?
Yeah, yeah, it sucks. I mean, I thought we were playing playoff hockey for that, kind of basically since that Four Nations break. So, to have the success we did and not get in definitely sucks. But, I think when you look at if you look at the positives of it, I mean, I think this group, played really well, and I think, in terms for next year, I think those are important games that, are very useful when you, next year if we're in a similar spot to have that experience. So it sucks having 96 and not getting in. I've never really heard of that in Philly last year when we were kind of in that last game chasing a spot. I don't think we were close to 96. So to not get in definitely sucks. But this group played really well, and I think there's a lot of positives.
How did you enjoy your time here?
Yeah, it's been great. Obviously getting traded mid-season is never easy, and to have Frosty with me was a lot of help too. I think just going through the whole thing with him, but the whole organization here is it's a first-class organization, and they treated us so well. So the guys have been awesome and just helping us out, and sometimes it's tough, like I said, mid-season when you're just playing games and kind of in a crammed season, it's kind of tough to kind of settle in. But everyone around here made things really easy for us, and I have no complaints. So it's been a super easy transition.
With it being easy to settle, do you feel like you have more to show, like next year when you are a little more settled?
100%. I think for me it was I think the whole year itself, even in Philly, was pretty embarrassing for me, and I take a lot of pride in trying to be a guy that can provide offense and help out, and I think I need to be a lot better in a lot of areas, and I think having the summer to kind of relax a little bit and focus on some things will help me, and I think having a little more time off, I think this off season will probably be good for me too. Last year I went to Worlds, and I didn't take any time off. I came back from Worlds and I just started working out again. So I think maybe take a little more time away from the rink, and and then come back maybe a little more fresher.
You say it was embarrassing. You feel like it was the preparations for last summer that just sort of set you off, like off on the wrong foot?
No, I wouldn't blame it on one thing. I think for me, just it's something that I feel like I'm a guy in season when it's all about confidence for me, and trying to keep the confidence going. And I feel like I lost it pretty early this year, and could just never kind of find it. So it's up to me to be better, and like I said, I take a lot of pride in that, and it's something I think about every day basically. So it was pretty challenging for me this year, not providing the offense and the points that the team needs. So definitely need to be better for next year.
You were talked about a little bit prior to the deal. Your name had kind of been in rumors. Just how different is it now being settled, knowing that's probably not going to happen, that you can kind of let your guard down and that you'll have that stability that maybe you didn't have before?
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. Obviously, I think a lot of guys go through it when your name's in trade talks and things like that. And I kind of had a feeling heading into this year that it was probably going to be the year if something was going to happen. So it's definitely tough. It weighed on my mind a lot, and but that's no excuse. And like I said, I need to be a lot better.
What was the message for you from the team as you head into the off season?
I haven't talked to the coaches yet. This is my first stop kind of today, so I'll do all the talks with management and Huska, and maybe let you know at a later date.
How much more comfortable do you feel now compared to 2 months ago playing with this group and being in the city, and even the hockey side of things?
Yeah, it's been really good. I mean, I think just having that kind of that guy time to go for dinners and do things away from the rink has been good. And I think just getting to know the guys a little bit more has been good for me. So we have a really good group of guys here, and really good leaders on this team, and they've been awesome. So that this group's it's a special group, and I'm excited to be here.
Do you feel like since you arrived in Calgary, and especially as the season's gone on, you have a better idea of what you want to be in this city and on this team to be effective before?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think kind of my whole career, I've kind of just been a guy that can kind of play up and down the lineup. And, one thing I was really excited about coming here was getting to play on the PK. And, I feel like I helped the PK out, a little bit in my time here. And, obviously I'll talk to the coaches and management about, some of the other stuff. But, if it's third line winger and with some PK time, I think that's a great fit for me. So, obviously I'll talk to those guys and see exactly what they want. But, yeah.
Joel, have you gone into an off season with a similar sort of feeling of disappointment about your personal year before?
No, I mean, I think I had the kind of a tough year when I came off that neck surgery, and that was kind of a struggle for me. But I don't think I've had a season where I felt fully healthy and felt really good about my game, and then went into the year and had a tough season. So definitely something to learn from, and prepare maybe a little bit different than I did prior years. And but I think having the summer to kind of think about things and work on my game will definitely help.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Joel, how do you look back on that season for you individually? Most high leverage playing time you've seen in your career. How do you look back on it now?
Yeah, I think I've had a little time to reflect on it, and I think like coming into the season, I wasn't sure what to expect as far as like myself and with the team. I think like we showed showed a lot of resiliency, and it was nice to be a part of that and get more playing time, and just really thankful to the organization and the coaching staff that they put the trust in me, and I was able to kind of find the player who I truly believe I could be. And it was definitely nice to be a bigger part of that, for sure.
You're obviously an unrestricted free agent. Would you like to stay?
For sure. Yeah, I think like you've heard a lot of the guys talk about like the culture and identity, and it's like a great team and great guys that believe we can make that next step. And I think we grew a lot as a team, and like at the beginning of the season, I think like no one really knew what we were, and I think we kind of proved that we're a team that can make the playoffs and do damage. So I don't think there's a team in the league that would want to play us in the first round, because we were just I think we proved that we were a great team, and there's just a lot of belief in that room. So definitely would like to be back.
As you sort of look into the future and potentially hitting free agency, like what's important for you? Is it an every night role? Is it some contract stability? Like what will you be looking for?
I think it's hard to say. Like I feel like I'm a young 33-year-old. Is like I feel like I don't have a lot of miles on my body, so I still think I have a lot to, I still think there's a lot more potential in my game, and I feel like I can continue to grow. So of course I would want like a higher role, and like I like more that responsibility, and I haven't really thought about that yet. Like we'll think about that with the fam and stuff, and hopefully can make a decision for sure.
Well, I'm not sure anybody could have predicted that at season's end you would be playing first pairing minutes with Mackenzie Weegar. Was that simply you being given an opportunity to show what you can do, or was it the system, or something else?
It's a good question. I think it's probably all the above. I think like the way the team plays, I think helps my game, and obviously playing with Weegs was a big part of me being able to kind of elevate my game. And I think I've like you guys know what type of player he is, and so it was great to be able to play with him and grow as a pairing. I feel like beginning of the season and earlier in my career, I kind of had that like fear of failure a bit, and I think like this year I kind of grew and my confidence was like growing, and I still think I have more to prove and to bring. So yeah, I think probably all of the above.
You say you're a young 33. Like, it is rare for a guy your age to play a career high games. You know, you're playing more minutes than you ever have. Is that something you take an immense amount of pride in, that you stuck with it and got this opportunity?
Yeah. Like I don't. I felt like I always told my family like I have like throughout my career I have more to give. I have more to give. So it's just been nice to kind of like get that opportunity, I guess, and make the best of it for sure.
Well, can you talk about that culture and identity, and maybe what leaders that group of 7 did early on to establish that here?
Yeah, they did, like, I think from like top to bottom, like starting at the first game like of training camp. Like I just remember like you hear the predictions like of what like everyone thinks like the teams are going to be, and we were at the bottom of like most of those. So I think guys like took that to heart, and I think like the leaders did like an amazing job like at like just kind of toning that out, but also like listening to that, and like maybe there was like, I don't know, like maybe a small bit of truth, and we just like proved everybody wrong that like, you know, we are a great team. And I think we like the preseason, like I think we went like 5-0, and then it just went into like the season. So I think they just did a great job at like showing the young guys that, you know, we're a great team, and they just yeah, they were great for sure.
What Craig Conroy's trying to do has been compared a lot to what's being done in Dallas, where there's sort of like a second core of young guys that, you know, eventually join the larger core. Do you, having been in both locker rooms, do you see any sort of similarities there?
I think so. Like Dallas, like they obviously did a great job at like drafting and developing, and I think like every team in the league like wants to have those young guys come up and like have a big impact right away. And I think Dallas, you know, has done that, and I think there's a lot of similarities for sure. Like we have a lot of young guys here that are pushing for spots, and that like even like prove that they can, you know, play in this league. So I think, yeah, I think every team, like, you know, they want to draft like great players, and so yeah, I think there's some similarities for sure.
Thanks very much.
further questions? Thank you. All right. Guys, what were you playing through there at the end of the year?
You think I was playing through something? I broke my fibula against Seattle. Yeah, so I played last, 12 games with a broken fibula. So that felt great. Yeah.
Do you remember how it happened?
Yeah, block shot in the first period.
How did you manage to play through that, Nate? It couldn't have been easy.
No, that was a tough one, actually. Because it took me about half the game to feel okay. The first half was awful. So you were kind of like behind the 8 ball to start. And then, so yeah, that one didn't feel too well, actually. And but, last game against Vegas, that it felt good. So, but then, once we were out, me and Connie just talked and, been playing through enough. And so we decided not to go on the trip. And, but yeah, it was, do I have to talk into this? But yeah, that one didn't feel great, honestly. And yeah, it was just one of those things. It took you the first 30 minutes to get comfortable, and then yeah, after that it was it felt better and better. And then, as I said, last game against Vegas was the first game where it actually felt back to normal.
Any discussions about sitting out and letting it go for a little bit, or is you just always going to play through it?
Well, with the stage we were in, pushing, and I just don't think it was an option to, because I broke it. It was like in my skate, right? It was like in the ankle area, and so you try everything, you numb it up, you take pills and everything, and yeah. Could I have played better those games? Absolutely. Am I happy with those games? Not really. I mean, you're just so far behind from the puck drop, and but I feel like it's important to show the young guys in the team that you can battle through stuff as well, and you don't need. It's a league where you don't feel 100% the whole year. That's just what the NHL is, and people you're playing through stuff, and that's not great, but yeah, I mean, in my world, I don't like sitting out. I never have, and I don't think I ever will. If I can get my skate on, I will most likely play.
Raz, is it something that just needs rest? Is there a procedure?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of fine now, honestly, and it's been 4 weeks, I think, so it's fine now, and yeah, it's fine now. It still hurts a little bit, but here we go.
I asked you.
Just can't wait for this question, eh? Come on.
Well, we talked 3 months ago about your plans or desires to stay here longer term. Has anything changed? I mean, you guys had that incredible run over the last season. What is your mindset going into the season in terms of your future here?
Yeah, good question, honestly. You've been so busy with the end, right? And it seems like the boring answer, but you've been so busy with pushing for playoffs and checking the scores in every other game. And so it's one of those things I feel like I really, because I'm going to go play Worlds. And so it's one of those things where after Worlds, I got to just sit down with my family and, my parents, my wife, my kids, even though my kids doesn't understand it. But I had to sit down with my wife, and we just got to talk through everything. And, I've always loved playing here, and I know you guys, it's the same cliche as always. But, I mean, I've been here 10 years now, and I've loved every second of it. And it's easy when you, when you're not playing your best to get down on yourself. But at the end of the day, you're in NHL, and this is the thing you dream about when you're a kid. And so it's just one of those things. I grew up in Calgary. I've been here my whole life. It's it's the first big decision of my career, it feels like, because I signed in, I think it was in January, and then COVID hit. But I signed a 6-year deal back then, and that was like a no-brainer for me to sign that contract. And so it feels like this is the first time in my career where I have like a big decision ahead of me. And so I just got to sit down with my family and talk it through. And, Connie and those guys got to do the same thing. I just talked to him, and, there was a lot of good chatters in that room. But there's a lot of good young players in the organization, and, there's only a certain amount of right shot defensemen you can have on a team. And so I think from both sides, it's big decisions ahead. And, I think both sides just needs to sit down and see what's going to happen, and then we'll take it from there. But I can't stress it enough. I've loved every second here, and whatever happens, happens. And, I understand that it's a business side of it, and it's got to make sense for both sides. And they have a number in mind, I have a number in mind, and, I don't even know what the number is because I haven't even thought about it for a second, honestly, within the last 3 months. But I just, I've loved every second of it, and I think we have a really, really, really good fan base. And, we talked about the 90% the other day, and I feel like I got to address it because I feel like 90% is a really, really high number in a fan base to have good fans. And for us as a player, when you think about the 90%, I mean, the 10% we're talking about is like the fans. There's like, oh, team tank, we got to lose, so we got to lose. Like, no, like, no player in the NHL ever wants to lose a game. I can guarantee you that. And especially here, like, losing is never an option, and that's what I love about this team too. It's we want to win every game, and if you're cheering for us to lose, I'm sorry, I don't think you're a real fan, honestly. Yeah, let's hear it, Celine.
Let's do it. It
Liked your tweet the other day. You see that?
I did.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's rare for me.
Yeah.
I imagine it was a grueling playoff style run for Erasmus. Was there ever a part of you that maybe thought this might be my last time? Like do you ever think about this might be my last home game at the Dome? Like, does your head ever go in those places?
I mean, I think in the third period last game, especially when we knew we were out, you kind of looked around and, this is all I know, right, in the NHL, and I love playing at the Dome. People say it's old and whatever, but I love it, and, thanks to Weeksy, we get a new rink, but, I loved every second of it, and it's, as I said, I grew up here, I played my whole life here, and I love putting on that red jersey every time I come in here, and that's never going to change. And that's where I feel like it's, I want to be as honest as possible with you guys because I don't like the bullshit and like the other stuff. And I don't know what's going to happen, honestly. I just don't. And you've been so focused on the end of the season and just you wanted to get to the playoffs so bad because everybody counted us out all year. So you've been so focused, so determined to go to the postseason and play your best. And then personally you get injured, but you're like, fuck, let's just battle through it. And it's so, I mean, I want to be honest with you guys, and you guys know me. Some of you guys I've known for a long time, and I want to be honest, but I don't know what's going to happen, honestly. And as I said, I have to sit down with my family, Connie, and all those guys upstairs. They got to sit down and talk what's best for the team. And I wish I could say, hey, yeah, I'm signing July 1st, but I can't at the moment. And, or I'm getting traded July 1st. I just don't know, right? But I hope the fans knows that I loved every second of it, and I've never taken it for granted, and I hope I'm here for many years to come. But this is where, it's a big decision for me, for the Flames, and it's the first time in my career I'm in this spot, and yeah, I just want to, be honest with the fans and you guys, and that's really, if you guys have any other questions, love to hear it, but I don't think I can say any more about the summer situation.
I think that a decision has to be made this summer.
Sorry?
Do you think that a decision will be made this summer from?
No, I mean, it doesn't have to, right? And I mean, I'm a kind of guy who likes putting pressure on myself, so I would have nothing, playing out my deal, but you saw it with Lindy, Tanny, Hanny. You saw how it worked, and that reality seemed so far away from me when it happened to them. But now I'm in that spot all of a sudden, and I mean, if we think about it, I mean, point wise, and me chewing on minuses every night. It's not my best season, and is it smart for me to sign? So it's like I have to sit down and just go through everything with my family and my wife, and just talk. Honestly, just talk, and that's how it is. And so we'll see what happens. That's all I can say.
Last question with, less. Sorry.
Wes? You've been quiet today.
Have you, understanding that everything you just said about, time to think about it, how challenging has it been for you that we're like 6 months into the fan base and the city debating, should they extend them, should they trim, like that's a constant conversation. How difficult has it been to be the center?
I mean, I'm trying not to be in the center of it, honestly, but that's the way it works. And the sad part about it is I've always felt really, really appreciated by our fans. And then, you get a couple of young guys, and, I get it. They're righties. They want to make room for the young guys. You've seen it all the other years. But, I mean, I think the sad part about it is just how quickly it turned without me really doing nothing, honestly. And, the fans that used to hold your back tight, that, turn the coat on you. And so that's the sad part, but do I care about their opinion? Not really, honestly. I want to be loved by the fans, and I hope I am by the 90%. And I've loved every second of it, and I hope, as I said, we're gonna have a long, healthy relationship for many years to come. But as I said, you just got to sit down and see what happens. Thank you, Rob. All right. Thanks, guys. Have a great summer. See you guys.
were you playing through something at the end?
No, I mean, just a little tweak, but no, it's fine. I just had to get out for young guys to come in. Not all, but I kind of little something, but I would have been fine if we had to play to get into the playoffs.
How proud are you of the season you had? Goals, the points, and the 200-foot game.
Yeah, I would say I'm more proud of like the 200-foot game. Like I think point-wise, you always want to get more and stuff, but I think overall, I kind of found a way to be more successful in Calgary in my game, and I think being more all-around player like playing penalty killing, and I think just helping the team a little bit more. And I thought this year I was more involved, and I thought my game was way better.
Does it feel very different sitting there today versus the last two
usually I was sweating here, but it's still yeah, we still don't want to be here today. I mean, I think we just as a team we worked really hard this year, and so I wish I wasn't there talking to you guys, but you know, I thought with 96 points, obviously we know we should have got in, and but you know, extremely proud of the guys. I think what we did this year. I think you know, from the outside, there's not a lot of expectation, but we believe in each other, and I think we showed it this year. And obviously we wanted to get in, but which we didn't. But at the end of the day, I thought we had a good year.
What gives you optimism that this group can take that next step and not be sitting here in a year from now?
I mean, I think from now we just want to go up. I think we you know, we got 96 points. We want to get 100 points next year. You know, I think it's. I mean, from what I think everybody saw us like at the end of the standings, and we didn't. We knew we could compete every game. So I think next year we got to do the same thing, and I think that's what we will do, because we have a lot of resiliency, a lot of character in this room, and I think just from the get-go we know what we're capable of, so we just got to do it again next year.
Jonathan, what has to happen for you to hit that next level then next season and not be talking to us this early?
I mean, I think win some more game in overtime or shootout. I think we could have got a couple extra points and get in. So, but at the end of the day, I think, you know, for there's not much really we can improve obviously with a lot of things, but I think we were on every game. Like we didn't get like push out like on anything. We could play with every team. So I think next year coming back and just do the same thing and you know, have a good start like we did this year.
Jonathan, when one of the things that people keep saying about this season is the biggest difference is that they've set the culture now in Calgary. Can you just explain, as a guy inside that room, what that means or what's changed in the culture of this team?
I think we were like a tighter group this year. I mean, since the time I've been in Calgary, that was obviously more fun I had, and I think with the group of guys we had, I think we were a close group. And I think it just showed. I mean, when you're close off the ice, it just shows on the ice too. You want to do it for each other out there. And I just thought, you know, like you said, the identity, like every team. I think now the teams they're playing, the Flames, like they know it's going to be a hard game, and that's what you want as a team. You know, that identity, and that I think that's what we have now. I think if you ask around the league, they know. They're coming in here, and you know it won't be an easy game.
Just talked to Rasmus, and he said he was playing at least the last 12 games with, I think, a broken fibula. What does that as a teammate, like, what are you thinking when you see a guy sacrificing that much for the group?
I mean, yeah, it's hockey players are tough. I mean, we all know that. But guys, you know, you're playing with, like you said, something broken, and he's still going out there and blocking shots. I mean, I don't know if I would be blocking shots, but it's pretty incredible. I think, you know, it just shows like we really wanted to get in bad. You know, guys would, even with injuries, they would battle, and I think, you know, Raz was one of them.
What was his importance to this group, both from the leadership perspective and what he was able to bring on the ice?
The Raz you're talking about? Yeah, I think I mean, obviously he's a guy. I think he took a lot of pride in his defensive game as well this year, and I think he did that. I thought he was, everybody kind of was taking the next step, and I think he did that, and he was a great force for us defensively, and like I said, I think blocking shots and stuff, and when he had the chance offensively, score some goal and stare down people.
Jonathan, any interest or communication about going to play for Canada at Worlds?
I will not go to the Worlds this year.
When you look at next year, like there are young players knocking on the door. Do you anticipate this team getting younger again next season?
Yeah, I think there's going to be some opportunity for some young guys to come in as well. I think, I mean, some young guys that stepped up. I mean, Zars, Maddie, they've been playing real well for us. So, and obviously some guys like Zane, they're gonna have their chance next year. So, I mean, the youth, I think the skills, and we're gonna add some more people, and I think we're just gonna grow. But I think it starts, with the leaders we had. I think we can welcome the kids and kind of show them like that identity that we kind of built this year.
Do you think that both things can happen at the same time? You guys can continue to get them to improve while getting younger?
Yeah, because I think they had a plan. We want to get a little younger and but we can compete as well. So we showed it this year. I think that's we're not here to rebuild or anything. It's this year we got some younger guys, and it worked out. And I think it's on us, like the leaders, to kind of show the way. And I think next year we'll do the same thing. But obviously, your expectation is to make the playoffs next year.
Jonathan, there's a small but vocal group maybe that feels that you guys should have torn it down, tank for the draft pick, and Rasmus kind of alluded to them. Just how do you address that? You guys had a great season, but the team tank, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, I mean we don't want to. I mean, we try to tank, but we kept winning. So it's obviously it's like tough because like you're trying to make the play, and if you don't make it, you gotta like a mid draft pick. So it's like we want to make the playoffs. So it didn't matter for us players, like either way that they wanted to get a high draft picks, but for us we wanted to make the playoffs. That was our only goal. So we don't think about the draft pick that's going to come in. I think it's whoever is there. Obviously, the future, you think about that a little bit, but at the end of the day, we're here, we're playing on the ice, we're playing hard, and we just wanted to make the playoffs. We weren't thinking about getting a high pick.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, guys.
Gotta rep the squad.
Dustin, how would you sum up your first full season in the NHL?
You know what? It was fun. I think fun's a great word to start off with. You know, you never want to not be playing this time of year, and I tell you what, we were right there the whole way. But you know, a heck of a learning experience just to kind of be around guys that have been in the league for so many years. Really get a chance to prove myself in the league, and you know, I'm obviously really looking forward to getting next year going already.
Is there one main takeaway that you come out of this season with, or is it just the entire process?
I think a little bit of both. I think the biggest thing for me is just the continued belief that I can play in this league and I belong here. You know, it's a league where you learn and you grow, and you know, there's going to be a lot of, you know, learning processes along the way, and I like to think that there's a lot of areas in my game that I learned a lot about this year, just trying to figure out how I need to play my game at this level, and you know, just being able to manage it I think I did a pretty good job of it.
I don't know if it would have been just one game or a stretch of games, but was there a period of time this season where you finally settled in, felt comfortable, and thought to myself, oh, I can thrive in this league, not even just survive, but actually thrive?
Sure. I mean, I think, like, obviously the start of the year was great. I think as the season went on and I started to, you know, get more starts, you know, consistently, I thought, you know, I really got into a rhythm, and you know, when you come to the rink and you know, the coaching staff trusts you to put you back in the net the next night, even after whether you had a good game or a game you know, think you could have had a few different looks on things. You know, that feels good on the inside. But no, it was an unbelievable start to the year, and just to be able to, you know, put my foot down and you know, feel good about my game throughout the whole season was pretty awesome.
Did you notice a different physical toll, Dustin, playing as many games in the NHL as you did compared to maybe your time in, say, the American Hockey League?
Sure, it's for sure there's a toll, but it's just different. The American League, you play 2 games normally back-to-back on a weekend, and you get a few days off to rest, and you fly home, get a couple skates, and then you play again. But you know, especially the stretch down here where we played every other day for the last month. You know, it's tough, but you know what? That's what we signed up for, and you know, it's kind of neat where if you play great and you're feeling real confident, you know, you get right back out there the next night. And I think it goes the same way if you didn't like your game the night before. You know, there's no extra time to think about you know, areas you didn't like in your game. You're right back on the horse, and you know, you're back to working your nuts off to give your team a chance the next night. So, you know, it's a grind for sure, and one I'm, you know, still learning a lot about. But you know, as a guy that just finished this first year, I think I managed it fairly well, and obviously we'll continue to learn.
Dustin, from a personal standpoint, and I know you run on belief. Did any part of you wonder if your first full NHL season would go this well, or are we sitting here having the conversation that you envisioned we'd be having?
Sure. I mean, I think any league I've came into, I want to come in and show that I belong. You know, throughout my whole career, I've been doubted as a guy that's small, a guy that, you know, fans aren't too sure about, and you know, I think my goal has been to come in, no matter where I'm playing, give my team a chance to win, and obviously get in the playoffs is number one, but hopefully win a championship one day. And you know, I set high standards for myself in terms of I want to come in and play really, really well. And obviously there's going to be learning curves along the way, and I know I can still improve in some areas of my game to help my team even more. But I wouldn't say it was expected, but certainly something I strived for.
What are those areas? Like, where do you see the next step?
You know, I think it's a learning curve of, you you know what, when I came into the season this year, it was about, you know, making sure how I was managing my depth. I didn't want to play too far out. I didn't want to play too deep, kind of finding the middle porridge, if you want. And, you know, the three things we strive for each and every day was managing my depth, making sure my awareness on rushes and just in zone plays was where it needed to be, because if you're not ready for what's behind you, you know, guys are too good in this league and they'll make you look pretty silly. And just making sure I look big in the net. You know, that's been the talk of the town on me for my whole career. So try to make you guys stop talking about that crap. But you know, you come to the rink and you try to find something new every day to work on. And at the same time, when you're in the season, you don't want to change too much. But I think continuing to work on those things so that my efficiency in my paint and my movements are crisp. You know, getting to my spots early so that I'm ready for the shot when it does come. And you know, there's going to be areas over the summer where I find need some tweaking, and that's the beauty of it, is you're learning each and every day, and you don't go a day without figuring out something else new, which is pretty neat.
So you're not going to sit ready to go. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess, are you planning on going to Worlds?
Just kind of waiting to hear. I'm not sure yet. I would obviously love to go, though.
Good afternoon, good morning.
I don't know if you have anything left to say after your speech after the last game.
Yeah, there's not much left for me, honestly, to say. You guys know how I feel, but I was still thinking about what I said after that game, and as much as I am proud of the team and how much we did work and whatnot, I don't think it's still not fun being in the 16th place either. So I just wanted to make that kind of a point where I'm not just, you know, coming in here every year 16th and we're happy about it, you know. So as much as we did work hard and we battled for each other, we want playoffs, and I want to win here. So it still sucks coming in here and not making playoffs. So
what happened this year, Mackenzie, that you're going to feel going into the summer gets you guys closer to that goal that you talked about?
Well, I mean, the big thing for our group that we've talked about is the belief in the culture. And I think from, you know, my first year here, then the second year, we've taken big steps in that area, I think. You know, we got guys that want to be here, and we got good players, and now the youth is coming in, and I think they've done an absolute great job. Like, you got Wolfie and Maddie and Czar, and obviously we got to see a few of the kids in LA, and they were great. So that's a positive, but I think that's where we can take the next step. But there's also the side of me where, you know, I'm 31 here, and, you know, we got a lot of cap, you know, and we can get guys here. Guys want to, you know, come and play, you know, for Calgary now. There might have been a time here where people weren't sure if they wanted to come and play, I guess, you know, we're getting traded. We came in, and I think we've established that this is a great place to come and play. Obviously, the new building helps a lot, but there's a bright future here. You know, it's a great place to be. So, you know, that's another area where we maybe take a step as well.
And so can you kind of speak to that narrative? Last season at this time we were talking about guys leaving, and you're saying now it's the opposite, that this is maybe more of a destination place that guys want to come to?
Yeah, that's what I think for myself at least, and I know Colsey and Bax has been here a long time and loves it here, but I didn't understand the narrative why guys might have not wanted to play here. This is a great city with great fans and a bright future. So I say it to everybody, and I mean, I talked to Frosty and Farabee, and I asked them, you know, do you enjoy it here? Like, you've been here for a month, and they absolutely love it here. So it's a great place. It really is. There's nothing bad about this place at all. The sun's always shining too, which is a positive. But I'm happy that we got to change that narrative a little bit since I've been here.
Sorry, we talked to Rasmus a little bit earlier, and he's obviously got a bit of a decision to make, him and the organization, in terms of being eligible for an extension. But he also let us know he was playing with a broken foot for the last dozen games or so. What did you see out of his willingness to compete and the leadership that he brought to the game?
Leadership, culture again. That's we battle together, this group. And Ross, another guy that down the stretch wasn't 100%, and if he wanted to, maybe he could have said, I got a broken foot. I'm not. No, he wanted to come out there and battle and try to win and make playoffs with this group, and shows a lot and says a lot about the leadership in that room. And I know Ross has obviously big decisions to make, but he's a great teammate. He's a great player. I really enjoy having Ross around. He makes me feel comfortable. He's one of those guys when I first got here that really opened up to me, and I'd love to have him back here. So I'll be right in his ear. Hoping that he'd stay, and he's a guy that you don't want to give up either. So nothing but great things to say about Ross and his leadership.
Speaking of injuries, there was a game a couple weeks ago where you blocked a shot in overtime, and I was getting ready to write Uyghur's out for the year. It looked like you were really badly. Were you playing through some stuff?
I got some bruises for sure on the body, but actually, knock on wood, because I always get scared, but my body's in pretty good shape right now, and there's bumps and bruises, and I like playing with little sickness or a little soreness. It makes me feel a little bit better going out there. So I'm all good. I wasn't battling as much as Ross was.
We keep hearing words like identity and culture. How would you describe the identity that you guys created and the culture that you built this season?
Describe the identity and the culture. I guess it's really just, it comes from backs. It obviously just comes from the belief together. I think Vladdy had a quote after one of the games, and it was, our team isn't on paper, skilled, and we might not beat you, 7-1 or 6-5, but he said we have a lot of heart and a lot of pride, and that kind of spoke to me, because that's kind of how our identity and culture is pride, a lot of heart and courage, and that's what we're going to need. Obviously, some nights you wish you kind of had a lot more skill and we could have an easier game, but we played playoff hockey all year, and that's kind of our culture and our identity here is, playoff hockey all year long, and that belief and the love for one another, the family culture and the family vibe, and as long the ladies have a great group together as well, and so do we, and everybody gets along. It goes from the equipment to medical to the coaches, and it's a great group everywhere. So that's kind of our culture and identity. It's just a big family in there.
Is it possible to explain how that matters when more talent eventually is getting added? Like, the idea is to bring in,
of course,
more talent. So what that foundation you talk about, why does it matter moving forward?
Just to play the right way with the talent. If you can have both, I guess I can go back to Florida, and you had all the talent when I was there, but we couldn't. The defensive side, there were times where we didn't play the right way at times. If you can have the talent and the skill and play the right way, I mean, it sounds like championship, so.
Yegor, how did you feel about your year?
Thanks.
Right now it's so hard to answer the questions after this speech. I know, this year, I did probably step back from the last year, and I think but it's not bad year by the team, we did step really forward with the team, how Wiggsy said. I know it's really hard to actually say it more than this guy on the right, because he already said a lot of good things about our team, and I think we're in the right way, how he said.
Did you feel the last couple weeks of the season like you You found your game?
Yeah, last couple of weeks, of course it's better than my all season, and I think if I'm playing the same way all season, it will be better.
Mackenzie, any consideration to going to Worlds this year?
Well, I just want to touch on Igor there. He did find his game a little bit with the salmon and the risotto, so he'll be good to go next year right away.
If it's no sashimi.
Yeah. Worlds, yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna head over there and represent the country and win another gold, hopefully.
Awesome. Thank you. Anybody?
Matt, we just asked Mackenzie about World Championships. Have you been asked for Team USA?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. Yeah.
That's got to be exciting.
Yeah, it is definitely. Really looking forward to it. Should be fun. Yeah.
Brian, have you been asked?
I think I'm a little bit down the barrel, so I'll keep checking the emails though. Yeah.
And obviously, you started the year without really a clear role because of the numbers game, and then you got an opportunity to really step in and sort of carve out a spot for yourself. Was there a point this season where it sort of clicked for you and you went, okay, I can do this and play the game I want to play at this level?
I don't think there's one point. Maybe I think over the course of the year, I try to learn as much as I can from a lot of great players, and playing with Bax and Colsey for most of the year, I feel like I learned a lot from them, and they really kind of taught me well, and I'm really appreciative of that. So grateful to kind of be in that situation.
This is a question for both of you. What gives you optimism when you look around that room and where the organization is at and how this season ended, that we won't be here in mid-April next year talking about the season?
I think it's pretty obvious we're a good enough team right now to make the playoffs. I think that the belief in the group and the franchise has grown. That next year we're not gonna just be okay with getting in. We want to try pushing, looking upwards. It's unfortunate we didn't make it this year, but we're looking forward to having a good summer and coming back even better.
Ryan, in the preseason before the year, I know that you were really adamant, like, hey, this group's going to surprise some people and sneak up on some people. What gave you that confidence, kind of even before you hit the ice in the regular season?
Just by looking at the lineup and seeing the talent we had, having a little bit of familiarity with the coaching staff and some of the guys, I knew that we had enough skill and enough character to be a good team. And I think, like I said, we proved that to one another, and that was important for us.
Matt, there was a lot of talk about the importance of the leadership group, which included Ryan. From your perspective, how important was that group of 7 players in the success the Flames had this season?
It was really important. I think they did a great job all year in so many different aspects, whether it was in the locker room, on the ice, leading by example with play, but also I think a lot of talk and a lot of positivity. And I think the way this team battled, especially at the end of the season, a lot of the credit goes to those guys and how they led us through those times.
Ryan, there was a person more positive than the guy beside you?
I don't think so, no. He's the best.
Ryan, there's a lot of talk early in the season from Coach Huska. It's like the core 6, and then that sort of evolved into the core 6 and Ryan Lomberg. How did it feel to, like, you'd been with the organization before, but coming back after that time, how did it feel to be sort of included in the core 6, which became the 7?
Yeah, pretty cool. Obviously, honored to be a part of the 6. They're all tremendous teammates, leaders. for myself, it's something that's I don't think about too often. I just try to be myself and encourage everybody to be a leader. You don't have to have a letter on your jersey to lead by example. It doesn't matter, whether it's your first game or your 800th. You can be a leader. So I think it's encouraging. We had tremendous character in that locker room, and everybody led at different times of the year.
Talking to the veterans who have come out, it's obvious that you guys are all, very intent on pushing forward next year. We also know that it's a priority for this franchise to bring in younger players. You're confident that balance is being struck, right?
That's above our that's above us. That's Connie in front office are going to take care of all personnel. They're going to do whatever they think is best for the team, and it's our job as players to show up and play to the level we're capable of and try to win every game no matter who's in.
Ryan, as a guy who's been through the build to the ultimate goal, I don't know if this will make sense asking it this way, but what happened inside that room this year that matters moving forward?
I think guys realize that you have to put team success over individual success to accomplish your goals. It's obviously a tremendously hard league to have success in, and the only way you can reach that ultimate goal is by doing it with one another. So I think we took a huge step in that regard this season, and like you touched on, we're all looking forward to having a good summer and come back even better next year.
Ryan, Jonathan talked about how the Panthers teams that he played on had talent but didn't necessarily play the right way often enough. You were part of the group that built from changing that and winning the President's Trophy and then going to the final and then winning a championship. Can you talk about the steps that it took to get there and how this franchise can maybe follow in their footsteps?
Yeah, I think it's very similar to where we were, or to where that team was in Florida, to where our team is now. Obviously, we would like to make the playoffs, and that's kind of what happened in Florida. The year we went to the finals and lost, we were the last team to get in, kind of similar to how we were this season. Around it all year, and then towards the end of the year, have a good push and make it. So it's close, and people also forget, the year after we won the President's Cup, I believe we had the most goals that year. We got a new coach in Paul Maurice, and then completely changed our style of play. We went from an offensive team to a defensive team. In the playoffs, defense wins championships. It's not just a saying; it's true. And so I think we took a huge step in that regard. As a team this year, we weren't blowing teams out of the water. That's for sure. We were staying tight, staying defensively focused, and we found a lot of success that way.
All good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Michael, what were you playing with as the season was going along, and injury issues you were dealing with? What was the kind of specifics on those?
Yeah, I started right after mom's trip. I had some back issues, and once that got better after a couple of weeks or so, I crashed by Wilson here at home and hurt my ribs, and so I had to deal with that injury, and then just trying to grind it out before the break, and then trying to get healthy during the break and coming back, and it's an injury that lingers. So, but I felt like I was getting better there at the end of that long road trip, and starting to feel like I was getting my game back in order. Then I had a tear in my oblique, and I just felt like that was just a little too hard to play with, and needed a little time to get better.
How proud are you guys of the way this team finished the season? I mean, you had the fourth best record in the NHL in the last 16 games, 96 points, tied for most by a non-playoff team in league history. How proud are you of the way this group finished the season?
Yeah, really proud, obviously. We feel that we very well could be starting to play some games, tonight or tomorrow, whenever they get started. But proud of the way that we fought to the end. We never felt that we were out of it, and You know, it took a team going on a pretty improbable run to keep us out of the playoffs, but you know, down the stretch, you know, you look at the 2 games we lost in regulation, and both of those have controversial calls that, you know, maybe those games both could go to OT or whatever it is, and you get the point that you need to be in. So, you know, we're not satisfied with being the first team out. It's definitely not a good feeling, and something that, you know, we'll remember next year. And, you know, early in the year, just that reminder that every point matters when it comes down to this time of year. And but with all that said, I'm really proud to be a Flame, proud of our group. Thought we fought really hard, exceeded all the expectations that were put on our team this year. And you know, we'll learn from it and move forward. But I thought there was a lot to like from our team this year.
What has to happen next for the steps that you guys took this year and different things that you feel like you've built to matter moving forward?
Well, I think this year was a lot of the groundwork. You think of a house, we kind of have the foundation built. You know, I think the culture's really strong. The staff's been great. The management's been great. You know, the players have all bought in, which is why I think we were able to, you know, perform the way we did this year. You know, but I think, you know, now you look for guys to take another step in their game, whether it's young guys, myself, backs, whoever it is. There's always ways that you can improve, and that's what the summer and the off season's for, is to find ways to train differently, or whatever it is, to get to another level, set a new goal for yourself, and come back better the next year. But, you know, you look at some of the kids, you know, Maddie comes to mind just off the top of my head, but he's going to be a 30-goal scorer in this league. You know, and a lot of the guys' games grew as the year went on, which I thought was a great sign. And, you know, they didn't get to play playoff games, but they got to play meaningful games. And I thought they showed really well in those situations, and could be counted on in key moments. And, you know, that should give them a lot of belief in them having that ability to play the way they need to, you know, next year going into important situations. So everyone's just got to look to take a step individually, and if you all do that, the team will grow. You know, there's always going to be turnover, and we're going to need new players to come in. You know, it's pretty well documented. Zane, he's still a real young kid, but extremely high-end talent, and there's going to be other surprises, I'm sure, going into camp, and that's what you need is guys to come in and surprise. So a lot of little things got to go right, but, you know, I think our group's got the framework to continue to grow on.
Like this time last year, the narrative was, you know, guys that didn't necessarily want to remain here. We were asking veterans about that. It seems like it's flipped entirely, and it's the opposite now. Can you speak to just the work maybe into changing that narrative, and how different it is maybe than the conversations we had here a year ago?
Well, I think it's like I touched on. I think it's from the top down. I think Connie's done a great job. Husk, they've built a culture, and you know, they put our leadership group in place this year. Obviously, Bax being at the head of that and really setting a culture and a standard here. And you know, he treats the young guys real well. We all do. Make them feel important part of the group right away. And you know, I think that leads to guys getting to their games a little quicker on the ice and feeling like they should be contributors in big moments in games. So it's been really enjoyable. It's one of the most fun years I've had in the NHL. I think that's why it was so disappointing to not continue to get to play. I think we really enjoyed coming to the rink and being around each other and spending time together. And you know, so I think you know, I don't want to harp on it too much, but it's just such a good culture here. And I think with the new rink coming, and there's a lot to be excited about in this city, and I think guys are going to start seeing Calgary as a really attractive destination to come play. And, you know, I think that starts with the word of mouth, with every guy in our room praising how much they enjoy it, I think that goes a long way.
Like for you, in the sense that you get to share the leadership responsibilities, and you have guys like Coles and the rest of the guys that sort of spread out those responsibilities throughout the year.
Yeah, no, it's huge. No one can lead a team alone, by himself. So to have this leadership group that we started with this year, I was super excited about it. Narrowed down to 6 players. In the past, we've had a little bigger groups, and I thought it made more clear who the leaders are. And not that we don't need everyone, but I feel like I can really lean on those guys, and they can lean on me. And I think we have a really good group there, and it's really important for me to have those guys, and they all stepped up in different ways and lead the team in different ways.
Mike, this isn't the first time in your 17 seasons here where the team just missed the playoffs. But with all of the draft picks and all of the prospects and all of the cap space, does this season feel different for you?
Yeah, definitely. Because for when we missed playoffs this close was obviously 2 years ago, but that was so many changes that happened in this organization, and we had a really old team, and we kind of started that process. So, and then before that was early in my career, coming as a rookie, first 3 years missing 2 to 5 points every year, and career was just so different. So yeah, I see it differently today than then, and like you said, I feel like the future here is really bright. The management has done a great job selecting some really good young players and signing some good players, and I think. Like Cole said too, having the arena being closed here, it's gonna want guys to come here. Just have that extra attraction to guys to come here and play, and so I think the future looks really good here in Calgary.
153 games back of Jerome again left for all-time games played for this franchise. Do you want to beat him?
Yeah, it will of course be very special. I'm trying to focus on the year I'm playing, the season I'm in. So now it's focusing on next season. But a couple years ago, I was it was hard. Just trying to decide if we're gonna stay or not. And me and my family feel really excited that we decided to stay. Even though missing playoffs, we feel like we have something special going on here in Calgary, something we can build on, and I want to be part of that. And if I'm part of that for the next few years, that probably means that I'm gonna be DG.
Quickly for either of you, or both of you actually, world championships in the future at all for either?
I've had some good conversations with the management and coaches for Team Sweden, but this week was just so upsetting and disappointing and sad, losing or missing playoffs, and just I'm not quite there yet. So, but I've had some talks with them, but just this week's been so tough that. We'll make a decision next week.
Yeah, I could echo that. Just really was focused on our team. Haven't really had any discussions yet, but we'll see. In the next couple weeks, we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well.
Adam, with the success you had late in the season, do you feel like you figured out how to use your unique package at the NHL level now?
I think so. It's. I think for everyone it's different time to figure it out. What's his how he can get to his top level of playing in NHL. For me, it's since I was playing, it's every time take a little bit longer than the other guys. So I think I find way, but I think in the same way, I think I can still put it in the another level and be a much better player than I was on the end of this season. So I just gonna work on it during the summer and get ready for the next season.
You set the expectation that you're here all season with the Flames?
Yeah, I had that expectation before this season too. So when I signed the contract, I was I want to be in the NHL. Of course, it's takes some time sometimes, but for me, it's next year to come here and be full-time NHL. It's my goal, and I gonna do everything that I can be here all year next year.
We haven't chatted with you in a little bit. Just how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. I'm almost back to 100%. So I think that's a positive. Obviously, kind of a tough way to end things, but feeling a lot better.
I'm curious how you would look back at this season. How would you describe the season you just kind of went through?
Yeah, I was really happy with how it started. I think my first 40 or however many games until I got injured the first time was great. I felt really good about my game. Obviously, you always want to produce more, you always want to do more, but I think I was happy with how I was growing and how I was playing as a player. And obviously, I think that that first injury kind of put a stop in the tracks for that for a little bit. And you miss some time, and you come back, you feel ready, and it always takes a little bit extra. So then you take a couple extra weeks to start feeling like yourself again, and then you're feeling it again. And then I started to feel good about my game again, excited to keep growing, and felt like myself again after those few weeks of getting back, and then I get hurt again. So obviously it's pretty disappointing to end that way, and I think I know I have so much to offer. I think with my ability and what I can do and how I can keep growing my game, and I think the pace I was on, I think I could have produced more, but at the end of the day, I think if I play even 70 games out of the 80, I think I'm a 20-goal guy, I'm a 50-point guy, and I think it's disappointing to kind of not reach those goals that I had set for myself, but there's also a lot of positives knowing that I went through a lot, and I was able to kind of come out on the other side of that with nothing really serious going on in those injuries.
Describe this is like, was it a re-injury for you? Was it something completely different?
Yeah, it was completely different. It was, in a way, thankfully, I didn't re-injure anything that I did the first time. It was completely different kind of part of my knee and my ankle that I got caught under ratting in there. And like I said again, I got pretty lucky and escaped with nothing serious, but things that were bad enough to kind of keep me out of the lineup for a while.
You talked to some veteran players about taking that next step next year and about feeling like you guys cannot just make the playoffs, but hopefully make some noise there. What responsibility do you put on your shoulders to take that next step personally?
For sure.
To help the team?
I think I take a lot. I think you look at teams who become successful after not being a playoff team for a while, it usually comes from within. I think you got guys who need to step up and guys who kind of need to turn it on. I think you look at the young guys, that's who you need, and guys to kind of build on their years every year. I think you maybe look at St. Louis as a perfect example. They really stepped it up in the second half, and you look at guys like Holloway and Neighbors who really started to produce for them, and I think it's always things like that. And you look at Washington, you got Protas, you got McMichael. I think you always have to have a couple guys every year who are ready to take that next step and produce and push that team forward.
Or similar to that, I guess, and we've heard a lot today about the core six, the veteran core, but when you look around like Dustin and Matt, do you see a younger, the next core kind of developing?
For sure, I think that goes right along with that. I think we have such a good group of guys where everyone's pushing each other, and obviously we have that core group of leadership and guys who've been around for a while and kind of lead us in the right direction, but it's also on us to push ourselves and push them to want to be better every single day.
For either of you, how important is it for you guys as the younger core to keep those cultures and those values that the older guys have set going forward?
Yeah, it's huge. A team doesn't go in the right direction without a good culture and without good guys in the locker room. If you have a bad team and you don't connect off the ice, you're going to go nowhere in this league or in life, to be honest. So I think it's huge to have a good culture for sure.
For either one of you guys, just what did those veterans do to make you young players so comfortable so early?
Sorry?
How did the veterans kind of help you young players get so comfortable in the league so early on?
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple of guys who won Stanley Cups and a couple of guys who played over like 700 games. So I mean, it's you just watch all the details, what they do on the ice and off the ice, how they take care about their bodies, and it's like, I think they good example for us, for every young guys when we are here. Like I'm like, every time when I come to the locker room, I just looking at them like what I can do better like them every day. You know, it's the small, you know, on this level, like all the little details like help you to get better and be better than the other team. So I mean, for me, it's like every time when I see the other guys work hard, like do some extra stuff on the ice or off the ice, I just watching them and try to come next day and do the same thing, maybe like better sometimes, you know. So yeah.
Adam, do you know if you're going down to the Wranglers for the playoffs?
Like, I mean, I kind of like talk a little bit about it, but I have to still talk with the management and like they're gonna tell me probably more details. So, but if I'm going down, I want to go down to help them to do something in the playoff, you know, and we'll see how far we could go there.
Is your uncertainty related to leaving Thursday's game early? Like, do you have an injury issue?
That's my. I mean, I feel fine. I think I have to see the doctor or something like that. But I'm okay, so I just keep it like that.
Adam, you talked about how you felt like you got lucky with your second injury. I feel like you got unlucky with both injuries. Is there something that you feel like you can do to prevent those types of injuries moving forward, or was that just bad luck?
Yeah, I think a little bit of both. I think the first one, obviously, I lost the puck a little bit in that play, and obviously, the guy never meant to hurt me, and that was a tough one. But it's tough to really say, look back, if you can really change much. I watched the second ones a few times recently, and there's honestly, like, I don't think there's anything I really could have done. The puck's coming around the boards. It slows down a bit. I stop my feet to come towards the puck, and Randon loses his edge 3 feet behind me. You can't react to that. I think it's just one of those things that, knock on wood, hopefully you get out of the way earlier in your career and let some good luck come in. But I think, like I said before, it's thankfully not serious.
Adam, I don't know if this ties into the Wranglers and the injury and whatnot, but have you been approached at all about potentially playing at Worlds?
Oh, it's like, I mean, it's a kid's dream again for me, you know. Back home, it's really big, you know. All the people like watching it, all the pubs are full and just watching hockey. So for me, it's like it was the NHL, like play NHL, and I think under it, it's like the play the word. So if it would be the opportunity to go, I would definitely go, but it's not on me. To be honest, I'm just gonna do what the management is gonna tell me, and that's it.
Okay. Thank you, James.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good summer.
Have a good summer.
Yes.
Yeah. Have you negotiated a private jet back home?
Not yet. Not yet. Only on the way here. Yeah. I've talked to Pete about that. Maybe. We'll see.
After the first chunk of games in your Flames career, how do you feel about your game right now?
I feel like when I first got here, I thought I was playing some of my best hockey, and then kind of went through a bit of a dull period, and then I feel like the last couple of games I did a lot of good things. So bit up and down, but I was happy with the way the team finished, to be honest. So
You traded midseason. How hard is it to go from one city to another, from one team to another? And do you feel like an off season might help you really be at your best when training camp and the preseason starts?
Yeah, I think having a full camp, just a summer to prepare for sure. I think so. I can't really speak to it before. I haven't been traded, so it was it was weird for a little while for sure. Different feeling, and but I wouldn't trade it for anything. I feel like I'm happy to be here, and the group of guys were great. Everyone was, the staff, everyone, management was great in welcoming us, and I had a ton of fun since I came here. So it was a different experience, but I think it happened for the better.
When the numbers probably weren't quite what you wanted during your stretch here, why do you think that was?
I mean, it could be attributed to a lot of things. I think there was a stretch where it felt like every game I was getting a handful of grade A opportunities, and just couldn't put the puck in the net. And I mean, it obviously, yeah, like you said, I would have liked to put up some better numbers, but at the same time, I feel like I did some of the smaller things to help the team win, and the team went on a good run down the year, and we should be in the playoffs right now. So I'm more proud of that than my individual stats. Yeah.
I don't know if you're always just a positive. I mean, you do seem genuine that you really enjoyed your time here. What was it about arriving here and settling in that you enjoyed?
I mean, I think there's a lot of things that go into that for sure, but I think kind of like I mentioned, in a broad sense, I think everyone was just very welcoming. I feel like I didn't really know what to expect, and it didn't take long for me to kind of integrate myself with the team, and everyone was really nice. Like I said, staff, media, management, coaches, players, everyone was great. So it's been a lot of fun playing hockey here. That's all I can say. So.
Do you feel like Ryan Huska and the coaching staff here as a group can help you be the best version of yourself next season?
Yeah, I think so, especially with kind of a template to go off from the end of the season. I think there's a lot of things I can work on and get better at, but I thought the coaching staff was great. They're pretty dialed, even with pregame meetings and the way they prepare for every game, or prepare us, I think is second to none. So that was a little different, I think, for me coming in here. All the information before the game in Philly was a little bit more, go play and then we'll talk about it after. So it's a lot of information, a lot more paying attention before games for sure. Felt like I was learning a lot of stuff, and I thought they were great.
Morgan, you spoke about kind of the weirdness and how weird is it changing countries, changing jerseys, changing friend groups in the middle of a hockey season?
Yeah, it was I mean, it was definitely different for sure. Especially at that time, I wasn't expecting it. I thought there was maybe a chance I would get traded at the deadline, and that was, I don't know how many weeks before the deadline. So definitely wasn't ready for that. But like I said, I'm glad it happened, and hopping, different country, different city. It's definitely a lot different than Philly, but I enjoyed it. So that's all I got.
Morgan, I know it's early, but have you had a chance to think about your future here in Calgary and get any of those discussions yet with management?
I have not. No, not yet. Yeah, but I love it here. So that's all.
World Championship potential for you?
I'm not sure right now. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Morgan.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good summer.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Appreciate it.
Get that job.
Well, he's 6-1-1 since the start of February. How proud are you of the way you finished the season?
Yeah, like obviously it's might be a little bit satisfying, but at the same time, I was here for the team result, and I felt like we deserved to be in playoffs. But honestly, it sucks that we didn't make it, because I thought that what we had going on in the locker room was special, and I thought we deserved it, and I thought the organization and the city deserved it as well. So yeah, from my standpoint, yes, like I can be satisfied, but looking at it in the big picture of not making the playoffs, no, it sucks. Yeah.
Did you have a good chat with Craig? I know you're not going to start talking contract right away, but you have a good sense that you guys are going to be able to.
Yeah, I got caught up to it a little bit at the beginning of the season, and then I had a long conversation with Barbs and my agent Dan Milstein, and I just told him I just want to stop pucks, and I just want to play hockey, and not basically bother me with that stuff. So it's up to him. I trust my agent. He's been really good with me and honest. So yeah, like I would love to be back. I said it since the get-go, and I appreciate what the organization gave me 4 years ago. Coming here as basically nobody, like a guy with a couple games in NHL, and they the Flames gave me the opportunity to become a regular NHL player, and yeah, like it's gonna whatever, if it's my last day or not, I don't know, but it's always gonna be a special place for me, and my family love it here. I love it here. I love the guys. I love the organization, and yeah, like I appreciate everything what happened to me here, but yeah, as I said, I don't know what's gonna happen. Honestly, I would love to give you guys an honest answer, but I don't know. I just trust my agent, and hopefully things are gonna work out, and I'll be back in August.
And it's such a big decision. What do you weigh, or what are the factors that come into determining your next stop?
Honestly, right now I don't know. I'm gonna go to World Championships for Team Czech, so I'm super proud of that. I wanna go play for my country, and I want my family to be able to visit my grandparents and stuff, because it's a long journey to come to Calgary. But yeah, it'll be fun. But to answer your question, yeah, like as I said, I would love to be back, but it's up to my agent. He's doing a really good job, and it's up to Connie and the management here.
Does that mean though that they're, like you keep saying, it's up to your agent? Does that mean there's conversations happening about?
Yeah. We've been talking basically the whole year, and obviously I know who my partner is here, Wolfie. I think he's gonna be a legend one day. And yeah, but we've been talking, and hopefully things are gonna work out.
Why did that partnership work so well between you and Dustin this season?
Well, I was lucky enough to have a really good partners over the years. So I got to watch Tuukka Rask and Eero Halak in Boston. Then I had Markey here, and I kind of felt like with Wolfie, I could have. I was put in a situation where I wasn't the young guy anymore. I was the older guy, so I was trying to help him out as well, but at the same time he's a really good goalie. So yeah, he did a lot of things by himself, and he did those things really well. So no, it's been a great year, and we have a really good chemistry together for sure. And as I said, like the things that we have going on in the locker room, or we had this year, was special, and yeah, like I thought we just deserve more for sure.
Yeah, I think you touched on this a little bit, saying you get a chance to be closer to family and all that stuff for Worlds, but usually pending at UFA is like a no to Worlds. Like I don't want to risk it. So why is it worth it for you?
Well, the biggest risk is injury, right? And I have a cottage hour and a half away from Prague, and I told my wife, we can go up to cottage, and she'll be like, I'm cold. I'll be like, okay, there's a campfire. I'm gonna cut some wood, and what can happen? I can cut my fingers off, right? So you can get injured everywhere. So yeah, no, injury is not a. It was a yes for me since we didn't make it. Obviously, like
I'll be going back again. That I thought we deserve more, and I wish we would still be playing because I think we deserve it. The organization, the city deserve it as well. But yeah, so the 4 years I've been here, like I had first year we made it to second round. Then year after I was hurt. Then last year I had a surgery. So this was probably like my first opportunity to go and like a kid growing up, I never thought I would be in NHL, but I would always watch World Championships. So it will be like a dream come true for me. And yeah, I'm super proud that I can go.
If your next contract is big enough, would you switch to the pre-chopped wood?
Yeah, well, yeah, no, it's not. I'm from Czech. No, it's not happening. I don't think we have companies that they chop wood for you.
Dan, you mentioned coming off the surgery, and I remember talking to you in training camp, and you're like, I feel great. But was there a time or a game or a moment in a game where you felt, okay, I'm back to where I should have been a couple years ago?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's a learning experience, like as a player, and you don't want to take yourself out for 6 months because that's how long the recovery was. So looking back at it, I wish I did it earlier, but at the same time, it's a learning experience. So I just did it at a time where I was like I could not do it anymore. So yeah, my advice for young guys, if somebody's gonna hear me, it's like if something's bothering you, do it earlier. But I felt unbelievable, and as I said, it's the group right here was just awesome this year. So I had a lot of fun, and I just felt like it's myself again. I felt like a 16-year-old, not a 27-year-old. Brand new hip, brand new wheels. So it was good, yeah.
Did that feel like right from game one, or did you have to relearn your body in some
Well,
moments
it's still right. Like it would when they shave off your joint or bone, it's a big thing. So I just felt like I have so much room in my hip. I can go down and be pain free, but obviously it took some time to get the strength back up. And but at the same time, the trainers did an awesome job with me, preparing and setting up a routine for me before every practice, before every games. For me to be as much ready as possible. So yeah, that helped a lot, and obviously playing pain free, it's just the best thing that can happen to you as a player.
Then you talk about Dustin. You had a pretty lofty praise for him. Do you see enough potential playing time for you in this organization if you stay?
For me, yeah. Like I've been here for 4 years, and as I said, like the organization made me an NHL player. So I think I can bring up more of a good hockey, and I think that this city deserves, or this organization deserves, a winning team, and I think that we have such a good leaders here that the guys really care about each other and care about the city, and just the way we played this year. I think we showed everybody that we might not be the strongest team on the paper, but nobody wanted to play against us because guys were battling and leaving all out there, and you see guys like I don't know, like Weeks, like we signed for a long term, and he goes head first for pucks, so and he wants to block everything. So they just sets up a statement of that he really cares, and he really wants this team to be successful. So I think that this team is going in a really good direction, and yeah, I would love to be part of it.
And what does it say about Rasmus that he played so long with a broken bone in his foot there?
Yeah. Well, if you would have saw him off the ice, the only good thing that happened was that he was not playing sore before the games, because you don't want to play sore against him. Like it's never his fault and stuff. He's the biggest bully. He's the biggest bully, but no, for him that's not a thing. Like you see our leaders, he'd be back checking. Like all those guys there are signing here for lots of money and long term, and those guys are doing the right things. They're playing the winning hockey. So I think Ras kind of joined them in a sense of like you see a guy playing with a broken foot, swollen. You see him back checking, blocking shot with a swollen ankle. That sets up a statement as well, so great for him, and really good friend of mine and of the team, and great for him for sure.
All good. Okay, thanks guys.
Thank you.
Wait, no, actually, I listened to that.
Oh, it felt so bad.
No, it was all right. Well. What's up?
Pulling him up before you celebrate is pretty neat.
Yeah, no, that was weird.
It's probably a good way to, with a vet, help them up before you celebrate.
Especially an older vet like that.
Yeah.
Let's get going. Got that on camera?
No, I don't think he wouldn't have given me any crap for it, but I felt bad for hitting him. That's about it.
Zane, when we talked on Tuesday, you told me that you hope you didn't play this season because that would be good news for the Flames. But you got into game 82. Now you've had a couple days to digest it. How do you feel about your NHL debut?
Yeah, it was awesome. So much fun. Like that's all I've said for the last couple days. And whenever anyone's asked me, that's the go-to word is just fun. I mean, being around that group of guys has been unreal, and the culture in the room. I mean, just being around it for 2 weeks, there's no better people in hockey than those guys.
How much progress do you think you made from when you played in the preseason to when you made your regular season debut?
A lot. I took huge steps, and I wasn't comfortable in preseason, and might have been from a shortened summer or not having enough training or all those things. But I felt right from the hop comfortable, and I was really surprised with that. I thought I might be a little nervous heading into that game, but I took a lot of strides this year and put on a lot of muscle, and I just felt comfortable right away.
How much did your phone blow up? Like, how many did you have waiting with your on the plane?
Well, the plane Wi-Fi is not very good, so I couldn't respond. But I think I was glued to my phone the whole bus ride to the airport, and I don't think I took a second off it because I was just responding to texts the whole time.
It seems pretty obvious that there's not a ton of point in you going back to junior next year. You're going to be too young to play in the NHL. What over the last week and change has sort of shown you that you're ready to be here in the NHL full-time next year?
Yeah, just felt comfortable around the guys. I felt confident the whole time I've been here. Maybe first skate I was a little nervous to see where I'm at, or I felt good out there the whole time though, and I'm looking forward to a really big summer for me, and I got to put in a lot of work. I still got a long ways to go to make this team next year, and the culture that's here, it's unreal. So looking forward to a big summer for sure.
Ask about the summer, because last summer was busy for
Yeah.
you. And
Yeah.
I know you weren't going to make excuses, but I'm sure it affected your preparations for the year. How different will this summer be?
Yeah, so much different. I mean, I'll find out what I'm doing here in the next, 30 minutes or so. But this summer, I think I was home for 2.5 weeks last summer, so it won't even compare. And the amount of work I have to put in, though, it's going to be a heavy load to come back and try and make this team next year. But I'm really excited for it.
As the young guy at the start of your journey really here, and when you look around and what you've seen over the last couple of weeks, what excites you about this organization and what's in place already moving forward?
The culture. I mean, I've said it 3 or 4 times already, but we were talking about it last night, and went out and spent some time with the guys yesterday, pretty much all day, and everyone was chatting with me, and I was getting to know everyone, and towards the end of the day, I mean, Weegsy pulled me in, and we might have chatted for 3 hours. So that speaks wonder to the kind of character that obviously he has, and obviously the guys have here. So it kind of makes me feel so happy, I guess, because you don't know what to expect going into an NHL locker room. But the way those guys kind of treated me, there's no better feeling than that.
What Pearls did.
That you find out in the next 30 minutes or so. Is that about the American League and whether you'll go down there? Or?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, to be honest. So I'll find out soon. I don't know what I'm allowed to answer. So
I just don't want to get in trouble again.
Good call.
What pearls did Mackenzie share with you, Zane?
Just talked about what it's like. I mean, we talked about everything for 3 or 4 hours, and he was giving me shit. Sorry, he was giving me crap because I don't own a pair of jeans, so Weegsy and I showed up team dinner in like these Lulu ABC joggers, and Weegsy and Bax have been giving it to me for the last like 3-4 days, but he was giving me crap about that. But other than that, like we talked about like the culture here, and just like the way you guys do things in the NHL and how things are, and I know it was probably 3-4 hours and I was pretty tired, but I learned a lot from him.
I asked this because I'm wearing jeans. Are jeans an old person thing?
I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, no, the boys. I mean, I think it's an NHL thing. I learned that. That's the biggest takeaway, I guess, in my last 2 weeks here, that I got to go buy a pair of jeans. So I'm gonna go on the next like couple hours to the mall and figure that out. Pardon me?
Do you have cowboy boots yet?
No. Weegsy said he'll take me shopping though.
To have played a game, to have scored a goal, what does it create most in you? Like, does it create belief? Does it create motivation to do it again? What's the sort of biggest thing you'll take from that experience Thursday?
I mean, it's my first NHL game. Like, I just tried to soak it all in and kind of enjoy the moment, enjoy the process, and I tried to stay out as long as I could on that ice. And I don't think I think the biggest thing I'll take is just how that I could play here. Like, I feel like I belong, and although I got a lot of work to do this summer, like I feel like hopefully I'll put myself in a really good spot that when I come back next fall, I'll be really pushing to make the team.
Zane, I know the game's a big thing, and that's a big moment for you, but just being around the team, getting to know the habits, the practices, talking to coaches on a daily basis, how important was that for you here too, aside from just the one game you got into?
Yeah, the 2 weeks, it's been, I don't know if invaluable is the right word, but it's been the best thing for me. I mean, it was probably one of the best decisions, I didn't make it, but probably one of the best things that's happened to me this year. And being around the guys for the last 2 weeks has just been, it's been unreal. And the amount of that I've learned in the 2 weeks, it's a lot. And for a short time, like I didn't think I could learn that much, but I learned a lot.
For those of us who were watching from afar, like in the OHL, Misa, Battaglia, Henry Muse, like it felt like a lot of the guys who are going to be sort of your class coming up with have really, really good seasons this year. How exciting is it looking around and seeing all the young talent?
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, those guys had really good years, and every time we were playing each other this year, we were going at it and giving each other extra shots. But it was so much fun getting to watch those guys, and I think Batesy's still playing over there in Kingston, so they're gonna make a deep run. I think they're my pick to come out of the East, but I guess we'll see what happens there. But there's so much talent in that league especially, and I'm glad they're all Flames draft picks.
You have to do during the off season. What does that look like? What are you going to be focused on?
Everything. I got to put on a lot of weight, a lot of muscle. So hopefully come back around 193-ish. And but I got to take some time off too. I mean, I've been going at it for 2 years straight since the Holinka. So it's been a nonstop kind of train here and a little bit of a grind for me over the last 2 years. But I got a lot of work to put in.
Is your plan to stay here, or are you heading home, or a bit of both?
I'll figure it out. I mean, I think I just got to kind of settle down for a bit and plan that. But I'm for sure going to take some time at home and work with my trainers there.
You've mentioned a few times how overwhelmed and disappointing you were with the training camp and preseason. How'd you get past that? Who'd you lean on, or how'd you get through maybe the first that disappointment there?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it took a toll on the season I had. I started really slow, and that might have been a big part of it. But I think that was the best thing for me, and kind of the best motivation for me to come back and kind of prove myself again. But you know, that was a tough thing to get over for sure. I was really overwhelmed and disappointed at camp, and you kind of start to doubt yourself there. So took some time away from the rink when I got back to Saginaw, and just kind of tried to get away from hockey for a little bit there.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, guys.
Kevin, how do you wrap up your first season in Calgary and how it went for you?
I think you know, went pretty well. You know, obviously don't make playoffs, but I think you know, in terms of individual level, but also team level, you know, a lot to be proud of. So for me, a lot to be proud of, and then team level, I think in terms of building a culture and stuff like that, I think there's a lot of positives.
We know Rasmus was playing with broken ankle pretty much. How did that change what you had to do down the stretch at all playing with him out there?
You know, just obviously going to limit his skating ability and stuff like that. So just, you know, going to have to go a couple more puck retrieval, stuff like that, and then kind of change the way I play just based off I know he's not going to do certain things just because that stuff going on.
Finished tied for the final playoff spot with a record number of points for a non-playoff team. Does that teach you a lesson in the sense that a point in October means just as much as a point in April?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you look at the overtime losses, shootout losses, whatever. You could look at those, or you could just look at how many we kind of gave away by giving up a goal to tie to go into that situation. So, I mean, learning lesson is just, you know, every point matters. Doesn't matter if it's game 1, game 30, or game 82. You know, just it all adds up. So, yeah.
As an RFA, have you given some thought on committing here long term? Is something you'd like to do?
Yeah, for sure. That's the plan right now.
What about how the season went gives you confidence that, you know, in a year from now, we're not talking right now, you'll be playing a little bit longer?
Sorry?
What about this season makes you confident that next year you guys can make the playoffs?
I think it's a culture thing, right? Like when you build an identity of just being like a hard-working, gritty team who's gonna, you know, claw away at every game. You know, you can kind of bring guys in or whatever, and you know they're gonna buy into that right away, and it's gonna show. So I mean, you guys see it the way we played right through till 82. So I think that's the biggest component for me is when you have that kind of just, you know, culture and attitude and team identity. I think you can just throw guys in right away, and they're gonna buy in. So.
Kevin, from a personal standpoint, what parts of your game maybe did you like the best, or were you most proud of this season? And then where do you see the kind of next step in your growth?
I think defending, you know, obviously using my reach and, you know, learning, you know, what position to be in against certain players, like learning what kind of teams everybody plays a certain kind of game. Every player plays differently if they want to try and get behind you, or, you know, they want to be low and slow and kind of build speed through the neutral. So I think just stuff like that, learning the game, learning how different opposition likes to play. And then I think the biggest jump for me is coming in this season, obviously getting a lower body injury. You know, I'm real excited just to get right in the gym, like right away, start, you know, rehabbing and getting that fixed out. I think that's going to just be another, you know, 2 to 3%er for me just to build off.
Did that camp injury linger for a long time for you?
Yeah, it was one thing I was constantly playing and just managing the whole season. So, yeah.
Do you mind sharing what it was?
It was just like, it's nothing crazy, but it's just something that's just a lingering thing that I felt like was, you know, holding me back just that couple percent. But, you know, I think it's a 2 to 3%er, and I feel like I'll make a huge gain this summer.
Like, we talk about the young core of this team, and I sometimes forget that you're only 24. How much improvement do you feel like you still have to make in your game?
Yeah, no, I'm extremely excited. Like, I've just, you know, every year you learn more, and that's the exciting part, going back and be like, hey, what can I have done better? You know, getting back from this road trip, just, could I get to sleep, get an extra hour, average an extra, 30, 40 minutes every single day. How much does that add up? Or nutrition, hydration, preparation for certain games. That's the huge thing to, add in every single year. But then also stuff like, rehabbing the lower body thing and, coming back. Again, I think that can be a 3%er, and all that stuff just compounds gradually over the years. So, going from 22 till whatever it is, 27, 28, I think if you make those things consistently better, 1 to 2% better, it just compounds, and you're going to end up with like a 20% gain in the long run.
Understanding it was only 20 minutes together, what were your impressions of Zane and his NHL debut?
He's got good confidence. He's a swaggy player, and it was cool to play with him.
A little bit similar to Rasmus, maybe in that regard, or
Yeah, no, for sure. Like that same type of confidence, you could see it in him. So it's cool to see a young guy like that, and has a lot of swagger.
Kevin, have you had any conversations about potentially playing at the World Championship?
Yeah, I don't particularly know anything about that right now. So I think the biggest thing for me is, again, get fixed up and get ready for next season, get the lower body thing dealt with.
All good?
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks.
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks.
Jake, how would you sum up that first year playing for your hometown team?
Yeah, a bit of a whirlwind of a year, just kind of with how it all shook out to get here in the first place. I was really excited to be a Calgary Flame and proud to be a Calgary Flame when I signed. And we had a great group this year of guys, just such a good mix. And it was a tough way to end the season, but it was a fun run to kind of do that with the group that we had.
You'll hear from guys who've done it over the years that, you know, playing for your hometown or playing in your hometown has some real perks and then some things that are real challenges. How did you find each of those?
Perks are obvious. You get to be at home and have one set of stuff, which is nice. No travel is easy to get here. See your family, friends, that's great. I mean, I'm feel very fortunate to be a part of something that I know makes such a big difference in the community. I'm not much of I'm a bit of a recluse when it comes to kind of social media stuff like that, so that the stuff doesn't really affect me. I think the part that was probably the hardest for me was the start of the season. I think because it meant so much to me, I don't think I started the season personally the way I wanted to, which is disappointing to get off on the wrong foot. I do feel like I settled in kind of whatever that was, 20%, 10 games after the start of the year, and settled more into my game. But that'll be something that I'm looking forward to kind of coming in here with just a bit more comfortability and get off on the right foot.
Is that just putting too much pressure on yourself to sort of make the best of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you build, I mean, I've been a Flames fan my whole life. Even when I was in the NHL, I was a Flames fan. So you build it up to be something, and you don't really see the reality of it. Not that it's disappointing. It's just different than what you think it is. And the level of comfortability that you're going to have once you kind of see it for what it is, which is great, that's going to be where you're going to be the most yourself, and I can play my best hockey.
So what maybe for guys like Andrew Basha and then Carter King just signed here for how to deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for those guys because this will just be their first NHL experience. Maybe they have an advantage because they kind of get to be here before they play here. I mean, it's just about getting settled. I think for me, I was around groups of players that were on good teams before, but I come here and play with guys that I've watched a lot growing up, which is just a different feeling. And so kind of getting comfortable with that. It's the best league in the world, and we are a great team, but it's another team that I've kind of been doing this for 8 years now. So, yeah.
What maybe caught you? Relatively young player. Do you feel like your best hockey is ahead, and how do you get to where you want to go?
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like I got a lot to give in this league still. I think there's a myriad of factors that kind of contribute to the production of a season. I certainly wasn't happy with how I produced this year. There's a lot more things that go into a season than just production. I think definitely my best hockey is ahead. I just feel like I'm right there. I think 1-2% faster, that's going to make a big difference in my game. And those things trickle down to, you're not just 1-2% faster. You win battles. The coach gets more trust in you. You get more opportunities. You make more plays. It kind of just all goes from there. And I feel like I've been through a lot of different situations in my career, just with the different opportunities that I've gotten. And it's been interesting, and I've learned a lot. And I just feel, yeah, I think the best hockey is definitely ahead of me. And I'm looking forward to having a good off-season season this year and showing that to everybody else.
Jake, you kind of alluded to it. What was maybe something that caught you off guard about playing in your hometown or being in this spot?
Yeah, I think it's just, I think it was more for me, it was just getting comfortable kind of in my own skin in a place that it's not humanized to me yet. I played here when I was 16 years old, and I walked past the Flames dressing room every day and didn't get to see inside, and I got to see those guys play at a different level. It's just different. And so I think just kind of getting to know guys as people and being more comfortable with them in the day-to-day of hockey. That's kind of like where the comfortability comes in. I don't think there was anything too crazy that kind of showed up.
How'd you get through that, or what made you more comfortable?
I mean, I think it's just time. Yeah, just time and just playing with the guys and seeing them every day. And, you know, yeah, it's a whole nother group of guys. I'm not a guy that'll go into a social situation and chat it up with everyone right off the bat. I kind of go a little slower in that regard, and that kind of built over for me through the first month or so of the season until I kind of got comfortable with everyone.
I know the season just ended like 2 days ago, so it's probably too early to think about next year. But with what you're talking about the summer and making those sort of small improvements, what do you want your role to be next year?
You know, I want to make the team better. I think I can have an impact on this team in a positive way, for sure. I think there's so many things. I feel like the longer I play and the more I grow as a person, the less that I know. So I can't tell you what that's going to be. I know that I can help this team in a positive way, and if I do the right things, it's going to be what it's going to be. It's going to unfold exactly how it's supposed to, and I think that's going to be in kind of the way that I'm hoping for.
Because you kind of got closer to that in the second half of the season, because it seemed like, you know, in the last 40 or so games, you sort of had a regular role. You had some chemistry with Braden Pahal. It seemed like you guys really started to figure out what you were as a pairing. Do you feel like you're closer to where you want to be in the back half?
Yep, for sure. I definitely feel like it was closer in the back half. I still think there's another step, for sure. But yeah, I do think the back half was better.
Jake, as a Calgary native, who grew up a Flames fan, played for the Hitmen, was around it because your dad was with the organization, how gut-wrenching was it for you to be tied for the final playoff spot, but to be on the outside looking in? I'm sure you dreamed of playing Stanley Cup playoff games in this building.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was a weird way to go, winning a game and getting out of the playoffs. I know what the playoffs mean to this city. I've been a part of it. I would come home after my seasons when we didn't make the playoffs, and I would go to all the playoff games, and I would be a part of it. It's awesome for the city. It's really disappointing that we didn't get there, but I think that there's probably a lot of added energy in the group that's going to come in with a bit of conviction next season.
Jake, as a lifelong Flames fan, you know that a bunch of us in this room have sort of made an annual thing of who's going to be the starting goalie next year. Like, it's been a debate in this city over and over and over. In that sense, can you sort of speak to the importance of Dustin's emergence and maybe what he's shown your group this season?
Yeah, I think it's the best, or the most important position in hockey is your goalie. There's no arguing with that. There's no teams that win without their goalie being probably their best player. And I think it's probably to the surprise of less people than people think that he is so good. And we're very fortunate to have him. This team's very fortunate to have him. You don't just find guys like this in free agency maybe once every 5 years. So, I mean, I think it's great in Flames fans and should be feeling as good as they're probably feeling about him, because he's everything that they probably think he is.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
morning, so. Well, we've been in here.
Not like he's been out on the course or anything.
Can you get started?
Brian, from when you sat at this table at this time last year to today, how much growth did you see from your team?
A lot. Probably in the way, I don't know what word really to use, but the foundation side of things as to the way we have to play and how important it is to the team now. So that aspect of it, there was a lot of growth from our team this year. They had the belief, we've talked a lot about it from the beginning of the year, but I do think that the foundation for us to build on is now there, and now it's up to us to do everything we have to do over the course of summer to make sure we're ready to find a way to get more out of them next year.
Big picture question.
Yeah.
Was this a successful season?
Successful in regards to Willsie's question, yes, but at the end of the day, you play to play in the playoffs, and we haven't done that for 2 years now. The players did everything the right way the majority part of the year, but we set a goal to get ourselves in, and we weren't able to do that. So that side of it is disappointing. For me, I look at, to Willsie's comment again, the foundation is important, because once you have that, I think you're going to see results sooner than later. But my job is to help this team get into the playoffs and help this team to win, and we weren't able to get that accomplished this year.
When you look at next year, like so much was made this season about this group of 6 leaders plus 1 with Ryan Lomberg. Does that dynamic, do you want to see that change with some of the younger guys having to take on bigger roles, guys like Zary, Coronado, Paul, and have it be less a 6 group, 6 leaders?
I think the 6 guys are still going to be in play the way they were, the +1, put them in there as well. Along the way, you hope that the younger guys, like the ones that you mentioned, are recognizing the importance of being someone that's in with those 6 guys, because they eventually will be the 6 guys. I don't think they have to feel like they have to step up and be they have to take over from a Blake Coleman next year, Mackenzie Weegar next year, but they have to understand what makes Weegs and Blake who they are, for example. And those are the attributes that we want all of our players to have. And the best thing about those 6 that I want the younger guys to take away from this year is everything to them was about team this year. So maybe on paper we weren't the strongest group, but I think we had the best team, and allowed us to win a lot of games this year.
I guess is that focus on sort of the team first mentality? Why you seem pretty confident that you can build on the foundation you guys have set this season.
Yeah, I think we can. And you look at it, there was a lot made of our inability to score this year. At the beginning of the year, we weren't generating a lot of quality chances. At the end of the year, our analytics show us in the top half of generating high danger chances for. The challenge for us is to find a way to make those chances count on the scoreboard. And at the same time, I still think we have a long ways to go in protecting our goaltenders. Like, there was a lot of nights this year where we relied on them far too often, and that means that we have to continue to take steps in taking pride in reducing the quality of chances that we give up. So that's still something that we have to work on and get better. Because at the end of the day, it's 1 point that we're missing, and if we can make improvements in a bunch of different areas, then I think we'll find ourselves where we want to be next year.
Right. Goaltending is one of those things that can probably keep some coaches up at night, like sort of looking long term or looking forward. What does Dustin's sort of emergence this season mean to this franchise?
A young guy that I think there's a strong belief from all of us inside and everybody probably from the outside that we have a goaltender that's going to be a part of this team for many, many years. So I don't think that stress that GMs or coaches go through wondering who's going to be the guy that's going to be there for them is there for us. We talk about Wolfie a lot in the season that he did have, but I think a big reason why he's such a good year was because of the way Dan was too. Like, we had a great tandem. I think when you look at our team, that was probably the strength of our team this year. Those 2 guys in net gave us a chance to win every night, and it was rare when one of them had an off night. So I think it just gives you when you're planning ahead, you know you have one area covered. So I think for me as a coach, I know that we're going to be good in net. And then it's a matter of continuing to build our game from there.
Ryan, with points being such a premium, throughout the season, how do you guys go about maybe turning some of those overtime and shootout losses into extra points? I know that's probably a tough one to ask.
No, part of it for me is a little bit of overtime is personnel. Like, there's some burners in the league. McKinnon, he has a gift of speed. Our player that's got that gift is Marty Pospisil, can absolutely fly, Marty, but not typically in the offensive category that a McKinnon would be. So because of that, I think we have to do a better job 3-on-3 of managing the puck well. So when we have it, you can't give it up. That's one big thing for us, and you don't want to waste shots. And that's the other thing. And I feel like sometimes where we lost points in overtime, we were shooting from, hey, you probably classify them as chance, but they're not high danger chances. So all we do is give up possession in those situations. So part of it is us, I think, as a staff, maybe looking how we deployed our personnel. It's also us using a little bit more practice time to probably work on it with our players and getting them to understand the importance of keeping the puck and not taking your shot until you have one of those grade A opportunities, because 14 losses. And when you miss by 1 point again, that's you can look to different areas, but that's one of the major contributors as to why we're not in.
Having more speed in the lineup potentially changed the way that you guys played
In overtime?
For the full 60 minutes.
I don't think it would change the way we played. I think it would make us an even harder team to play against, because people would be on top of you that much quicker. So speed is when you look at the NHL now, that's one thing that I keep seeing changing, that every team keeps getting faster and faster. You don't know how, because the game is really fast right now, but the speed keeps increasing. So we push our players as a team to play with speed. And in the summertime, like now, unfortunately, because we have a longer window in the summer for a lot of our players, the responsibility is a little bit on them to do what they have to do to increase their speed a little bit as well.
Right. Two words we heard from almost all the players that spoke with us today were identity and culture. How would you describe the identity that this team built, and how would you explain the culture that this organization has created?
Identity, for me, which I think they built, and which is something I like, if that's the way people think of our team, is people know that there is no easy game when you play our team. When you leave here or on the road, when we're on the road and they say, man, that team is hard to play against, that's the identity you want your team to have. And I feel like we do have that now, that teams know that when they play us, there's no nights off, and our players like playing that way. When it comes to culture, that's a funny word sometimes, but I look at it as, for me, culture is the feel around your room. A lot of time, it's not necessarily what you're doing on the ice. That's more the identity thing. But culture is the way your players treat each other. It's the way they approach meetings. It's how they come to the rink in the morning. It's the attitude that they have. It's what the guy sitting beside them means to the other guy. That, to me, is culture. So when you have people that want to be around each other, whether you're on the road or you're at work, tough times, good times, you're on the right track, because you're really building team. So they're a little bit different, those two things. I want our team to be really, really hard to play against, like to the point where people are like, we do not want to play that team. And I want to continue to see what we're doing in our room continue to grow, because I think we have a lot of players that are going to start to flourish.
We spoke to Rasmus, and he was explaining the injury that he played through, and he looked kind of emotionally spent. So like what was his impact on the room this season, and how valuable is he for that culture and identity here?
With the 6 or the 6+1, he's just as important as the other guys. And most times you get an injury like he had with the broken foot, you don't play. But we were in the stretch of games that it was important for him to keep trying to play for us. So I think that goes to show a lot of his character and what he's all about, and how much his teammates mean to him, and how important it was for him to try to help get our team into the playoffs. So he brings a lot to our team. He's one of the guys people want to be around. He's got a goofy personality. There's vocal guys in your dressing room. He's always one of them. Ryan Lomberg's typically the other one. So he's a really important person in our room. And unfortunately, I don't think he was at his best at the end, because that injury handcuffed him a little bit. Took him a little bit to get up to speed in games, trying to get his foot feeling the right way. But yeah, I give him a lot of credit for gutting it out like he did for us.
I honestly don't mean to be overly critical of two particular guys, but when we talked to Joel Farabee, he said he used the word embarrassed about his season, and then Morgan Frost was open that the numbers weren't what he wanted when he got here. What did you see from them, and what more do you want to see from them sort of next year?
I think Joel, I feel like Joel's really hard on himself. Sometimes players are harder on themselves than coaches are for, the right reasons. Like they want to have impact in games. But sometimes it can be self-defeating at times too. So both guys are very good players for us, and they will be very good players. What I want to see them do is have a great summer conditioning-wise, come in at a different level, and because the situation is now a comfortable one for them where they're not coming over in a trade, they know what we're all about, they know what their teammates are all about. I expect them to be guys that are at their very best to start the season next year. So the offense is one thing that we look for out of both guys, maybe a little bit more out of Morgan for sure. Joel is a bit of an everything guy for us, and I think the summer will really be a great indicator of how they're going to come back and how much impact they have for our team. And as I said, they're both very good players, and they're going to be very important for us moving forward.
Talk about important summers. Like we talked to Zane, and I asked him because I think last summer was a pretty tough one for a guy at his stage, his development. And this one, he's going to have more time to actually focus on getting his body ready. What do you want to see Zane work on?
Well, he's 19 years old, so size and strength is something he's always going to have to work on. I think for a younger player that's had the season he's had and the type of player that he's going to be, I start to lean more to the mental side of the game. There's always going to be noise for those type of players, and I would really love it if you can learn to not listen to it, good or bad, along the way, and you just go about doing your thing, because this young man is going to be a really good player, really good. And expectation is that he's going to do everything he can this summer to be in great shape when he comes back, and to push to be on our team. That's what I would like to see. I mean, after the way we saw him play the last game in LA, there's most definitely a very talented player there that I think can impact our team right away. So he's a good player, and I'm looking forward to having an opportunity to work with him.
Huska, this team has a lot of cap space available to it. How much of a conversation through the summer do you have with Craig, and what type of players you may want to see, if there's any to add?
Yeah, they go on all throughout the year. Connie works hard. Connie talks a lot, we all know that, but he's on the phone all the time, and he's always looking for ways that he can improve our team, always. And he throws ideas off of me as to what we're looking for, what we feel like we need. He tries to find solutions to help our team win. That's what he's all about, and I think probably all the staff through the entire organization appreciates that about him, is how hard he works and how he wants to help this team win.
Ryan, what was your message to your players as they head home for the offseason?
The main message was there has to be a little bit more. There has to be a little bit more. We didn't get to where we wanted to be. There was a lot of great things that were done, but it's not enough, right? So it goes to their workouts this summer, as I think every coach probably says at the end of a season. They have to come back in better shape. I think their preparation needs to be at a different level. I just think their commitment overall, you have to find a little bit more. And what I feel like our group will do, will take that to heart, and they're going to come back hungrier, and they're going to come back in better shape. And I think they're going to be a really driven team next year because of that. You miss by 1 point. It's not a great feeling, because we're not where we want to be. And I think that's going to motivate a lot of our guys.
If I could just go back to the goal scoring just for a second.
Yeah.
Let's say there's in the event there's no change in the offseason.
Yeah.
Do you feel that there's more there?
Yeah. I do. A certain style more there. I don't think we're a trade chances team right now. I don't think that's in our best interest, but I think the way we work, I think we can go to the net much harder. I think there are stretches at the end of the year where we did that, and I don't think that's a coincidence that we saw our quality of chances improve as the year went on, because we were much more committed to trying to score the ugly goals, but in turn they turn into the high danger chances, opportunities, or goals where we're making goaltenders move side to side, those type of things where I think we can get better. The second thing is power play. I mean, we need our special teams to be both top 15 in the league. If you want to win and if you want to get yourself into the playoffs, they have to be there. And our penalty kill the second half of the year was excellent, especially after the Four Nations. I think it was right up there with the tops in the league. But they got to be consistent right through the year, and we have to get ourselves to that level. So you talk about goal scoring, power play is a big part of that as well.
And how does Yegor Sharangovich avoid a repeat of where this season sort of went off the rails on him?
Yeah, for me, he is a strength thing over the summer, and the only thing I want him committed to and focused on, and you can't really work on it all that much over the summer because more of the summer is the skills and all that stuff. But when he comes back, the sole focus that I want him to have is to be harder on pucks. When he's harder on pucks, he has it more often, and then you see the last 10 games of the season is closer to what we saw all last year from him, where he's carrying the puck a lot more. He looked so much more confident with it on his stick, and the only way he can have it on his stick is to get it more often. So he has to get more competitive in the fight to allow him those opportunities, because when he has it, he's a very dangerous player that has the ability to score. I think he finished with 17 goals this year, which probably if you were to ask him is a down year for him that he's not happy with, the way portions of the season went, until he got himself to the point where maybe he quit thinking a little bit and he just got to the point of, I got to work to get the puck on my stick more than I have been.
On this day, the last couple of years, the big question has been, like, what's wrong with Jonathan Huberdeau? How can he get his game back over and over again? We obviously saw him find so many ways to contribute to your team. What's next for him? What's the next step for next year?
I want the same guy to come back. And in conversations that with Hubie, the one area that he still wants to bump up some more, and he knows he's not going to blow it through the roof, but he can still increase his point total more. And that can be done without changing what he did for us this year. So finding a little bit more in that area for him, I think, is something that's doable. But I do think that he's come so far this year in the other areas of the game that have impacted our team in a positive way. And everybody sees the stuff on the ice that he did this year for us, both sides of the puck. But man, he was very good in our room, like very good. Whether it was challenging one of the 6+1, he always did things in the right way. Whether it was picking a young guy up after a tough night, it was always him. So I've got a lot of respect for the way he handled this year in all different situations.
Let's come to the points, though, like, since you brought it up. Like, guys with his contract are always going to be judged by points total. So how can he add to that, I guess?
To his point total? Yeah. Doing a lot of the things he did this year. And the outside world judges him based on that contract. We don't. He's a player on our team that is a very good player that I think drives a lot of our game with the way he plays it now. And I think when you see a player that's given a little bit of himself up for the betterment of the team, your team is going to be better in the long run. So he's sacrificed a little bit of his offensive ability to make our team better. And it's my belief that it's going to allow us to get to where we need to be.
Another level. We're not going to be able to speak to Nazem Kadri today, but is there another level for him?
I think so. Like, he's 35 goals now this year. Last 2 years, Naz has been a really good player for us. He's very competitive, driven. You know, he's a funny guy. Like, he's fiery, right? And Naz communicates a little differently than other people communicate, but it's not in a bad way. Like, but it is funny to watch the dynamic between him and a Uyghur or him and a Huberdeau. They're like brothers. They will go at each other, but then they're playing cards like all night long. They have a great connection where they understand the other one. So Naz is, I think his game's come a long way. I really do. And in other situations where he's been in, there's always, like, let's call it a McKinnon, was the guy that teams would really look to. So it freed Naz up a touch in a situation like that. He was our guy that people had to cue in on this year, and I felt like he excelled in it. Like a lot of great things from him, the competitive side, the goal scoring side, the leadership side, bringing young guys along again. He did it all for us this year. He had a great year.
That fiery side that you're describing, you mentioned the veterans. Is he like that with the rookies as well? You mentioned the fiery side and how there could be conflict with the older guys.
He's got more patience with the younger guys, sometimes just a little bit more. But he also knows where he's at, and he knows how important a younger guy, how he looks to a younger player, because guys look up to him. So he does have more patience with players like that, and he takes a lot of pride in bringing them along. We talked a lot about last year. It was Zari and Pospisil. This year, I think he brought Adam Klapka's game along with him the last few games that they played together. It's little things like that where he's been impactful for us, bringing people along.
Does that patience hold true with the coaching staff as well?
He's been really good, really good. He makes me laugh sometimes. He's been really good. Yeah.
Ryan, does this organization need to safeguard against satisfaction with this season? And by that I mean, it's easy to walk out and say, nobody thought we'd be this close, we exceeded expectations. How do you make sure that's not?
We didn't make playoffs. That's the message to our players. What we did isn't enough. So the challenge always becomes after a year like this, because it can creep in, and that's a little bit to the noise comment I was talking about. People will say, hey, they did a great job, and they worked hard every game, but we didn't get in. So we didn't achieve what we ultimately set out to achieve, so there needs to be some changes and adjustments to how we do some things along the way. That's the nature of the beast, and my expectation is they understand that. We're not where we need to be right now.
Ryan, on this day in past seasons, we talked about player A, B, or C maybe not wanting to be here. We didn't get that sense this season.
No.
The guys talked about how much they love the city and love the team and love their teammates and coaches. How important is that to have that feeling with this group?
I think it is important. There's no distraction on that side of things, whether someone is undecided about their future. That's all stuff that you waste energy on when there's much better places where you can put your time and efforts in, and that's trying to help the team get better instead of worrying about what I should be doing next year or do I want to be here or not. These guys right from day one have committed to it, and they want to be here, and another one of the reasons why they've kind of helped create that foundation that's going to drive us forward.
Since you mentioned Klapka playing with Calgary, he obviously was on the fourth line for a substantial amount of time and then was playing huge minutes with, as you mentioned, sort of the guy who drives the offense. Did your perception of him change?
No, not really. Adam, as a younger guy, sometimes you're still a little bit mixed up in the type of player that you are, and if you get an opportunity too soon, a coach can create confusion in a player. So if we're trying to get a guy to play a certain way, in Adam's situation is to be very direct with his game, go to the net hard, finish your checks. And when you play that way, his skill set will come through. I don't want it to be the other way around for him where he's trying to be a skilled guy first, because that's going to take away from the type of player that he is. And I think towards the end of the year, once you start to see him understand what we're looking for him on a consistent basis, his game started to come around, which allowed us to put him in situations where there's going to be a little bit more offense. But we stay on him every day about who are you, what type of game do you have to play, and he has a good understanding about where he's at right now. So when he comes back next year, my expectation is that he's going to be a guy that's going to push to be on a higher line, but he's going to do it in a way that we expect Adam Klapka to play, because that's who he is.
With Matt Coronado, we see him, and when he talks to us, he's very quiet, chilled out. But you have to have that fire to be able to play at the level that he's played at. What does that competitiveness, that fire look like with him?
It kind of looks like what you guys see. He's very chilled, but he's one of the players that I feel there's a huge ceiling with still for us. 24 goals he had this year, and I think that's going to be kind of the low end of what he's going to do consistently for us. I mentioned earlier in the year that I think he could be a 35-goal guy pretty consistently. And the reason why I think that is because the way he comes to work every day. He's a very hard-working young man. And if he can keep that characteristic, he's got the natural ability that he'll find himself in areas where he's going to get chances to score goals. So he's got a long runway in front of him. So I'm excited to see where he's going to go with his career. Okay, thank you, guys.
We'll check on Craig's schedule.
First, I want to say, so I was talking a lot up there, so sorry he had to wait so long. So thank you. You've been here a long time. Oh, Pat didn't stay today, though. Oh, he's working. Okay, perfect.
So.
Can I just start by asking like a very broad question? Did you see this season as a success?
Absolutely. I mean, I know playoffs is the ultimate goal to start the season, but to do what we did, to be there right to the end, to see the growth of so many players on the team, to see what our leadership group did with this group as far as pulling young guys along and being able to put guys in situations. But with that said, it's still heartbreaking that you're not going to get to play playoff hockey, and they deserved it. You know, I felt like this. I thought we were going to make it, and I give those other teams credit. They came through big. You know, watching that game, the Minnesota game, you're thinking, okay, we might have it in 20 seconds, and we don't have a chance. But very proud of each and every one, and they never gave up even to the end. You know, and to see them even the last game, to have the 4 young guys play, and it wasn't like last year when the last game came. You know, this is a proud group, and they did an amazing job, and it's just unfortunate we didn't make it.
How do you balance the foundation, or the worth of the foundation being built versus no playoffs and no top 5 pick?
Yeah, I mean, we all want top 5 picks. I mean, honestly, but to sacrifice a whole team for a top 5 pick, you know, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, like I've always said, you can't tell someone to lose. It's okay to lose, now win. You know, so as long as these guys never believe in the thought of, oh, it's okay to lose, you know, we're going to win every night. We want to win. We want to win. And that's got to be the message, because you can't send mixed messages to them. Well, you know, we want a top 5 pick. We all would love a top 5 pick, but you know what? We're going to make a good pick with where we have our picks. That's what we've always said. I'm on our scouts that, hey, we might be, you know, in that 16 to 32, but we got to make a good pick at those spots. I mean, that's just the way it's going to be. And then each one after that, you know, Wolfie was a 7-round pick. You saw what he did this year. Pretty special. So, you know, every pick, we only have a few of them. We want to make every pick count for sure.
When it comes to Rasmus Anderson, is it an accurate statement to say that will be resolved one way or another this summer?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I talked to Ras today, and I think there's a little uncertainty right now. We didn't really talk about anything other than him's going to go to the Worlds. He'll think about, you know, his situation and his family, and it was a heartbreaker. You know, the one thing I can say about Ras, though, is he played through a lot here. You know, have a broken, you know, you're playing with broken bones, and if you saw his feet, black and blue, swollen up, and you know, so I give him a lot of credit, and he's earned that right. I mean, everybody has a time when they get to a point in their career where they have to make some decisions moving forward, and we'll sit down and talk about it and see where he's at and where we're at. You know, and if it makes sense to both sides, then we'll move forward. But I would think something would be done this year, but I don't want to put a time frame. He has one more year in his contract too, so you know, I don't want to say absolutely it's going to be something in the next 5 months.
Right. When you took this job, you said your plan was to build a Stanley Cup contender. But the success you had this season, 2 years in, are you further along than you thought you'd be? And if so, how will that impact the plan moving forward?
The plan's very similar. I mean, the first day I sat in this exact spot, it was about building something, having good veterans, and getting young guys in the lineup. And we've been able to do that, you know, and I think you look at the guys that have been there. Matt Coronado took a huge step. Zari it was a injury-plagued year for him, and I feel bad but there was some great moments, and you saw his game coming along. So, you know, then you have Wolfie in the back end, being able to get Kevin Ball in. Did I know he was going to do exactly what he did? I wasn't sure. You're hoping, you know, you're always like, okay, we think he can be this. Now let's see it. And he had a great year for us. So, you know, you look at him, and then you have Klapka, Pospisil, Klapka the last, you know, meaningful games down the stretch, huge goals, making plays. So, yeah, you know, I think when I look at all those guys, it's so promising. And then that leadership group, you know, if it's 6 guys and probably 7 with Lomberg, they're all in this thing. And, you know, they're carrying the team along. The one thing that I like to everybody I talked to today, it was about the culture, what it felt like to be in that locker room day in and day out, and how excited they were to come to the rink, and the disappointment of not making the playoffs. And that's what we want to install. So, I don't think we're going to fast forward it, and it's hard to fast forward. We have to continue to keep doing it, and which is get young players in the lineup and having some of the guys maybe that didn't have their best year this year to take a step. And then the Kadris, Huberdeau, to do what they did this year and maybe a little bit more. I don't know if they, that might be too much, but I think they can do it. I mean, I think they're getting better with age, these guys. Bax is an unbelievable leader for us. Coleman, the goal totals, he was upset. The goal totals were down. He's like, I'm a 20-goal guy, and I didn't get it this year. I'll be back next year. So all the guys I talked to, it's positive. They're upset, but they can't wait to get back and get going. So, that's the best thing. And our goal is to make the playoffs and go from there. But it's going to take some more young guys, and we're going to look in free agency to see if there's something that makes sense. Again, we're not just going to spend money. I know everyone's going to say, well, they have so much money. It's just like at the deadline. If we thought we could do something to make the team improve it, we would have done something. But we felt like with the group we had, and to go 11-2-3 down the stretch there, I felt like this team rallied to say we didn't need anybody. I don't think one person would have came in and made more of a difference than that, and they believed in each other. So moving forward, we're going to have to we're always trying to improve. I mean, I tell Ryan, we want to get better. He needs to do it as a coach. I need to do it up in general manager. And we're challenging ourselves every day to try to get better and make the playoffs, and then eventually win a Stanley Cup.
To Anderson quickly.
Yeah.
When we talked to him, he said he needed to, sit down and speak with his family, and he felt like you guys needed to sit down and figure out what you wanted. We know you have a lot of young defensemen. Would an 8-year deal be a possibility for the organization?
Oh, I don't even want to get into that right now. I mean, I think that those are questions we're going to have internally to talk to. I mean, not that we don't talk about it, but what is the number? What is the years? What makes sense? What makes sense for the team moving forward and him? I mean, and that's the thing. It's more of we're working with him. This is the first time he'd be an unrestricted free agent. And like he said, even when we spoke today, he's like, we didn't even talk about it. He's going to Worlds. He said pretty much what he told you guys is what he told me behind closed doors. So I left it at that. I didn't push him on it. I just said, okay, you know what? And he was disappointed, in what he was playing through. So, we'll regroup and talk to his people when he's ready and see where his mindset's at, and then they'll get our kind of where we are.
Greg, what is your priority? And you've got a whole lot of money to spend, and that doesn't mean you have to spend it. I know that, but what is your priority in terms of what you want to bring in here? Is it a center?
I was happy with Frost. I wasn't maybe, we weren't probably all happy with the production, but it felt like it was coming. Some games you're like, it's right there. So have a center. It's still, the right center would be on the bucket list for sure, But again, what is going to make us better? What do we need moving forward? And that won't be, I'm just one person in our group of people. We're going to get together and sit down and go through who's out there, what's available. And again, we don't know what's going to be moving forward. Is there going to be a trade? Is there going to be a possibility to find maybe a center? Or, we do believe in the guys that are here and the way we played down the stretch. If we can come back and do that, that'd be a pretty special thing too. So, but we're gonna look for something to kind of improve us day in and day out.
Rasmus kind of said, look, we've got a lot of right shots. Obviously, Parek's one of them, but how important is it to have that veteran presence locked up and long term when you got these kids coming up that are learning to be pros and whatnot?
Yeah, the one thing I know we talk about right shots. We have a lot of right shots, but you saw Mackenzie Weegar play really well on the left side. He's done that in his career. So I don't want to pigeonhole right, left, because I think Mackenzie can play both sides. We got to see Zane, it was one game. Special player. Again, I don't want to just say, hey, Zane's on the team next year, but like I told him, you got to have a great summer, come into camp and take a spot and earn a spot. And he's like, okay, now I know what I got to do. So I'm going to have a great summer and I'll see you in September. So, I mean, I do think, the right-left shot thing can be a little bit skewed because we could move Mackenzie. He has played really well on the left side.
Kadri was not, didn't speak with us today. Did you speak with him? Was everything
No, he
good?
was sick today.
Okay.
Yeah, he was not feeling well, so he didn't come in. So we didn't get to talk to him. He didn't do his medicals or anything.
You have I think a couple guys who are eligible to technically go to the Wranglers, Klapka and Perk. Do you have an update on what the plan is in the near future for those guys?
Yep, we're gonna actually Klapka when he gets cleared. He is gonna go down. Talk to him. He wants to go down and be a part of the run down there. And Perek we're not gonna do. You know, he's played a lot of hockey. We're gonna get him going and. You know, he's talking about kind of getting focused like we've talked, and he didn't get to train last year much, and this year the focus is to get stronger, to come back and make a team.
Big picture, you know, you've been with the organization for a while. I remember that 14-15 year, you guys took a big leap forward, and then it sort of seems like a bit of a slide the next year, and then another leap forward, a bit of a slide. From your perspective, I know you want to maintain the momentum of what you're doing here. What can you do as a manager to sort of help keep things progressing?
Well, that's right. You know, if there's an opportunity to add something to the team that makes sense, age appropriate, the right position, you know, that's what we're going to do. We're going to try to do whatever we can. But I think a lot of it is the culture that was and what these guys have done in that room. They've started the process. I think if we continue to go the direction we're going, I mean, they'd want to play tomorrow if we could. You know, if start the season, they'd be ready to go. We need that to come back in September and have them get off to the same start the way they finished this year. You know, so I mean, I think it's just about, for us, it's about not giving them any excuses not to do well. I mean, I expect Dustin Wolf and if Laddie's back to be the best goaltending tandem in the league. And if we get that, all these other guys, I think we can score more goals. We actually created more high danger chances, especially in the second half. We just didn't finish a lot of them. So hopefully next year we can come in, create all those high dangers, and actually start scoring some more goals. Because if we score 4 or more, I like our team's odds a lot.
Greg, you've mentioned Dustin a few times, obviously. Like, your predecessors in the GM office have spent a lot of time thinking about the number one goalie over the years. I'm just curious, from a sort of big picture standpoint for this organization, how significant is the sort of emergence that you have a number one goalie?
Well, I think every organization, that's what they're looking for. They want to have that number one. And, you know, I was fortunate to play with some of the greats, with Patrick Waugh and Grant Fuhr, Mike Vernon, and Kipper. I mean, so when I think of those guys, I always felt good going into a game. You know, we could make a mistake. We could maybe not be on our A game. And those guys always found a way to help you out. I wasn't with them long, but they just gave you that confidence, and that's what you need. So you're always looking for the number one goalie, and to have a young guy come in and play as well as he has, it's very promising moving forward. So we're excited, and he's got a great demeanor about himself. I mean, he still knows. I mean, in our meetings today, he's figuring out some things. He still says, I have to get better in certain areas, you know, and I know what I'm going to do in this summer to try to get myself better, you know, but this year he was able to kind of figure out where in the crease he needed to be, how to see through traffic a little better. He goes, I need to keep improving on all that. I mean, that's one thing. He wants to get better each day, and I can't wait to see him next year.
With the team just missing the playoffs and finishing ninth in the West, I've seen and heard a little bit of the same old Flames, but with all of the draft capital you've accumulated, with all of the prospects in the pipeline, and with all of the cap space, it looks different to me. Does it look different to you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think, you know, the one thing we've talked about is getting young players in the lineup. Like we said, the Klapka, to have him come up and play as well as he did down the stretch, that's exciting moving forward. You know, to see, you know, a Pospisil, you know, Wolf, Coronado, and you're going to see more young guys moving forward. I know everybody wants young guys right now, but we got a great group of veteran guys, and if we sprinkle in these younger guys and add a few more moving forward, you know, I think that's a recipe for more success next year.
A lot was made this year about the 6 leaders and what a great job they did, and Ryan Lomberg as well. I think Huska said 6+1. Next year, like with these young guys like Zary, Coronado, who have now established themselves as NHL players, how does their role change as you guys look for success?
Well, I expect them to take another step. You know, start to become more of a leader, more of a voice in the locker room. because we need those guys. I did hear there was a game where I could see Wolfie was kind of animated at the bench. He was kind of telling the boys, let's go. We got to get going. I don't think you'd see that at the beginning of the year. So we need all these young guys to take a step in both on ice and in their leadership and their accountability to the team. I mean, if they make mistakes as a young guy, he's a young guy, he made a mistake. We got to kind of weed him off of that and get him to where, you know what? We're going to make mistakes, but we're not going to make the same mistakes over and over again. So I expect all those guys to come back that much more comfortable, feeling that much better about their game. And especially when you're not, I think a little bit when you come to camp and you're not sure if you're on the team, you're not in the team, am I going to the minors? I think these guys know now, okay, I'm here. Now let's just focus on a great training camp and starting the season off on the right foot.
For you as a GM, when you see Adam Klapka in big, meaningful games playing with a guy like Nazem Kadri, does that begin to make you wonder?
It shows me he can do it, So there's more to Adam, And the one thing I was a little worried about when he went onto that top line, was he going to not want to finish checks and do the little things that got him to move up there? Because he does have skill and he's got a great shot. So it's a nice thing to have when you don't have to go out and find that somewhere in free agency. You've kind of homegrown it. It's awesome. That's what we're trying to do with all these guys, all the guys in the Wrangler. We want them to make that push to come up and earn a spot and push these other guys forward.
I asked Ryan Huska, he was mentioning overtime and how potentially speed was a little bit of a factor there. And I just asked him, do you want more speed in the lineup? So I'll ask you the same question. Do you think it's needed?
For sure. Speed, especially when you're in those 3-on-3s. And you notice teams that are really quick and really fast, they're hard to handle. They're the one thing I think when I was thinking back to, our 04 team, we had a skills competition here, and Dean McCammon won the whole thing. But Sean Donovan, Lombardi, all these guys were they beat everybody in every team that was set before us. So we had 4 of the fastest guys, and I'm thinking speed makes a difference. It always helps. And, so yeah, we'd like to add more speed. And that's one thing we've challenged the guys to go, hey, we need you guys to go home and work as much on everything as we want to get faster. And that's skating and, building up your lower body strength. And we expect them to come back and each guy to be a little quicker. And if we can add some speed, we'd look to do that too.
So, Craig, based on your earlier comments, it doesn't seem like last offseason you were fairly quiet save for a couple of veteran additions on short-term deals. Is it safe to say it's going to be kind of another quieter free agency period coming up then? Or?
I think, as a group, we have the pro scouting meetings in May. I've challenged them to kind of target people that would be here long-term that we can be a difference maker for us. So, obviously when you get into free agency and you get into things like that, I don't think our list would be very long, but if there's a person that's a game changer that we feel we have an opportunity to get, we're definitely going to take a shot at them. Does that mean we're going to get them? I don't know. That's when you get to UFA, you're like with everybody else, you're battling and you're not sure how it's going to work out. But I think with what we're building here and just when you talk to the players, they're our best salesmen. If they're enjoying it here, they like it here, they know a new building's coming. Obviously we didn't make the playoffs, but 96 points, close. Is there someone that could push us over that edge? We're gonna look to see if we can find that person and add them next year. But if we don't, we probably won't. I would say we would not do a lot.
Okay. St. Louis had a lot of success with offer sheets on Holloway and Broberg there. Is that something you'd be open to push this thing forward to?
We have to look at everything, yeah. I mean, watching that from a distance and now that really, they're in the playoffs and we're not, even though we have the same amount of points. But we have to look at all that, and we do have cap room and we have all our picks. So, we're not going to take anything off the table. I think it's a rules and we have to make sure we do the best and whatever's the best for the Calgary Flames, that's what we're going to do. And if it's an offer sheet, then we're definitely going to look at it.
You have a handful of restricted free agents coming up. Just generally, what's your philosophy on bridge versus long-term deals with younger players?
I think once you talk to the agent, you get a better feel where that is. So, I think there's players here that we definitely, we would love to do long-term deals, but they have to make sense for both sides. I mean, they have to feel comfortable with it. We have to feel comfortable with it. But, we would not be afraid to do long-term deals. But if it is a bridge, doesn't mean we don't like them any less. We like all these players, but the sample sizes are different for everybody. And if it's a short one, that just means they can come back at us when the cap's going up and then renegotiate. So, I think we'll look at both and then do what's best for both sides.
On your contract to-do list, is your head coach up high, or are you comfortable going into the last year of his deal?
Like I said, we haven't really thought about Husk right now. I think I was looking at the players more and kind of going down that. But those would be internal discussions like with Don Maloney, Dave Nonis, Brad Pasco, and myself. But Husk has done an amazing job. I'm not worried about it if we don't. But he's, I couldn't be more happy with the job he's done here for us.
On sort of the same bent with coaching, I know Trent Cull sort of had a unique year. He sort of came up on an interim basis midseason, and I know he got a lot of praise from Ryan Huska about the work he did with the penalty kill. What's his, status going forward? I know it's sort of up in the air with what's going on with Brad.
Yeah, I think that's the hard thing. Right now we don't really know what's going to happen with Brad Larson and his situation, so we're just going to kind of play that. That might still be another month away before we have any kind of answers what might be. But Trent came up and did an amazing job for us. He really did.
Would you be comfortable with Trent going back and resuming his role at the Wranglers next year?
Yeah, that was, if Brad's able to come back, that was the plan, and Trent knew that coming in. But Trent did a very good job, so I was very happy with the penalty kill down the stretch, and we'll I haven't had my kind of debrief with Husk yet, but we're going to probably talk Monday and kind of get all his opinions on the staff and where we're going to go moving forward.
Two words we heard a lot today were identity and culture. What would you describe the identity as? How did this team build a culture, and how important are those two things as foundation pieces moving forward?
Well, I think our identity is a hardworking team that is never going to give up, and everybody wants to be a hardworking team. But, I think, and they stick together, that unity, that group, they really do care about each other, and you see that. If there's a scrum, there's 5 guys in. And, we want to play fast. We want to move the puck. And we also know this year maybe we had to play it a little bit more defensively. So you're kind of, with the pieces you have and the players you have, sometimes you have to change up your game plan a little bit. But, the guys, they did an amazing job. It was just fun to watch them and build. They're the ones that build the identity. They're the ones that build the culture. I think right from the start, I've always said it, the first golf tournament, it was Nas, Uyghur, Huberdeau, Anderson, Backlund, Coleman. They put an end to not wanting to be here, that kind of narrative that was out there. They put an end to that. That's them, Very grateful they did that. But that's where it started. And then to kind of watch these guys and to see how when people come in and how they just integrate into the group, whether, we lost a really good group of, a couple great guys in Kuzmenko and Pelche, and they were big parts of that room. And Frost and Farabee came in and it felt seamless, and how tight that room was, how much fun they had. And you can just tell it, you never saw older guys with older guys. It could be young guys with older guys. It wasn't cliquey, or it just felt like a good team and everybody got along, and that's hard to do. A lot of teams say they do it, but it doesn't happen often.
2 separate guys, but I'm just going to ask about them at the same time. Dan Vladar and Joel Hanley, are you interested in having?
I talked to both. Obviously, I talked to Dan and Joel, and we're going to talk to their people. We're going to, like I said, we're going to have our meetings, but they played great for us. They really did. So, but there's only so many spots, so that's the other hard thing. We got to figure out, what are the best fits for us, and again, what's the best fit for them moving forward.
I think probably on that vein, Mantha, Kirkland, and Rooney.
I couldn't, sorry.
Mantha, Kirkland, and Rooney, other pending free agents, do you see them part of the fold here?
Yeah, I talked to all the guys, and I said, kind of told the same thing. I said, we're going to have our meetings and figure out what we're going to try to do moving forward. We have ideas where we're at, but I do think you'd see some of those guys. We'd like to get some of those guys back for sure.
Greg, do you have any injury issues that are going to impact summer training, like surgeries or anything like that?
No, I think Rasmus was feeling better. He played through it, so that was one thing. But Sharon Govich, his foot is broken, so we're going to have to get him back at some point. Probably, I think, at 4 to 6 weeks, they were saying, and then he'll be ready to go. Other than that, I think I didn't get all the medicals yet. It's still too early, but those are the ones I kind of knew about going in. And then little things that I think are totally fine.
How long's Yegor been playing with a broken foot?
He broke it the last game. I mean, he's had a few other things that he played through during the year, but it's just one of those years. It's been one thing after another for, and I really thought he was playing well the last, handful of games where you're like 10 to 15 games. You're like, okay, he's coming. And then this again. It's been one of those years, but hopefully we get him back healthy next year and we get off to a good start. He feels good.
All right. Awesome. Thanks, Greg.
Okay, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Thanks for everything.